facilities and posting city administration building as shown by the certificate of posting. Notice this meeting was simultaneously given to the president and all members of the council. Availability of the agenda was communicated in the advance notice and the notice to the president and council of this meeting. All proceedings hereafter will be taken on this convened meeting until the public. This meeting is being convened in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. Copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted in the southeast corner of the council chamber. Any person wishing to address the council may do so by standing. You're recognized with the podium. Please sign the sign-in sheet located on the podium and state your name, the organization, interest, or person you represent before you begin speaking. Thank you. Roll call.
Lot.
Here.
Dupierre.
Here.
Holstein.
Here.
Krosky.
Here.
Blackwood.
Here. All right. First, item on our agenda is, fiscal year 2026 budget. Excuse me, 2025-26 budget. Parks.
Mine's pretty simple. The two items I guess that would stick out would be the parking lot, middle parking lot at Western Diamonds, doing an asphalt overlay. What was it, 2-3 years ago, they redid the bottom part. We ran out of money to do the middle part. That's a pretty good number on getting it done. That's 50,000. The other item was the tennis courts, which had been on there before. That 200,000 is a pretty good number, doing all 4 phases. I should have got the breakdown. And this was a quote from, I believe, 2 years ago. And so I added, I don't know the percentage I added, but
I think it was 160 years.
something. So the 200 is a pretty good number. That's doing all 4 stages.
What are the
The
4
4 stages are completely removing all the paint. When we've done this previously, they come in and blast off what they can. Okay, leave what isn't coming off. This one is taking it completely down, grinding the bad areas, getting the cracks ground down, and adding I don't know for sure what kind of material it is, some high-tech new thing that they're guaranteeing for, I believe it was 5 to 8 year guarantee of cracks showing back up. And then of course painting, and then adding 2 pickleball courts.
Where did pickleball courts get?
They would be overlaid on top of the 2 west courts.
So they'd be dedicated pickleball.
No, the tennis courts would be, it'd be 4 courts striped.
Yeah.
And then 2 pickleball courts, two or 4, however many we want to do, would be overlaid on top. So there'd be more lines on 2 of the courts, which it's that way now. So you can do either or. You can do either or.
So they can play the same net then?
No, nets are different on pickles. And we just purchased brand new nets.
So that they just pull the nets out and then move them like the
Yeah, nets are on wheels. They're heavy duty. The ones I bought previous years were cheap aluminum. $400 nets you get 1 year out of them.
Do they play pickleball on half a court then?
Yep, half courts.
So the net is like
in the
mid court on
half court. Yep.
Okay.
And the school, Kevin's talked to them. They are committed for 20,000 of that, possibly.
What'd you say, 20?
Yeah. Which I mean, I hate getting up here and asking for 200,000. I mean, maybe something has to be done. Maybe we wait. Maybe the casino brings in and gives everybody money. They're not in great shape. They're playable. The school plays mostly on them. Most time now, it's pickleball people that are playing. Once in a while, you see some tennis groups. I don't even know if they have the older leagues anymore.
I hate to put you on the spot, but
No.
what do you think a realistic number that's?
For the school?
Yeah.
Well, if you wanna ask me the truth, I mean, they use it
Right.
90% of the time. What if you guys decide, you know what, this isn't worth keeping, let's get rid of them. School's gonna have to build new courts or get rid of the tennis program.
Yeah.
So, to me, if they're gonna build new tennis courts, they're gonna be in the millions, they should maybe half.
That's kind of the number I was thinking.
The challenge that we wrestle with this tennis court thing every year is if we don't do anything, they're gonna get worse. They'll deteriorate to a point where we're gonna have to completely rehab them, which is a $400,000 expense.
At least.
Or we do a $200,000 expense, which gets us 5 to probably 10 years down the road before we have to do something. And then at that particular time, we know we have issues with Western Dime, with Legion Field and the tennis courts, both inadequately parked and.
They're not in a good position, location.
And the other big thing is every year we don't do something, that number continues to climb.
Yeah.
I can live with the inflation, but what troubles me is if we have to go, if we let it go to where it's so bad, we have to tear them up. And then if we do tear them up, why, we would probably build them there.
Well, good point with the discussions on, additional parking for Legion Field or that development. Is that the place we wanna put $200,000 in?
We've talked about that, that's why I told him that, I said.
Wrestle with this every year.
I mean, and I know these tennis courts are older than me, cause I used to play on it.
I get tired of putting money in the Legion Field,
I don't know.
20 here, 40 here, I mean, it's.
I think the problem with some of the courts we have now is the base. It probably wasn't prepped like it should be. Or they would be now with technology, so.
I think it's that batch of concrete too, because we have it all over town, you know, that, what was it, quite a few,
1990s concrete.
yeah, with all that extra silica that was it.
Yeah, you read that in the league.
Everything else is, that's the
It's-
whole community's breaking.
It's scaling and hell,
And
it's
nobody
happening on
wants
the streets.
responsibility, but yet, you know, it's happening everywhere. So I think it's not so much even shoddy workmanship, it's just because of that mix, it's where it's biting us all now.
And I don't know where we're gonna be in 10 years. We used to have 2 tennis courts. Steve, you dealt with it when you were here, if you remember. And you finally said tear them out.
Out it.
Westport.
Yeah. And they were horrible.
Yes.
They were like a city street.
They're worse, I mean, but how long do we get out of these? I mean,
Well, I think that you brought up some great points, especially question wise is. How much of a community draw it is per dollar spent there outside of the school. So you have to remove the school portion because it's like the football field, the basketball courts, things like that. Those are school property they maintain. Is how much true public interest is there? If there's not much, you know, is it something that we just put very minimal into and then the school needs to look at a capital campaign to raise money like they did, you know, we had the private groups for Etz's courts. That we, as the city, don't have to then facilitate it for school projects.
I think there would be a lot of interest in the pickleball. Cause I had several people talk to
Yeah.
me about pickleball.
What about the YMCA? I mean, what if we asked if they wanted to pitch in and
I have talked with the YMCA, being on the board there, we've had communications, but those aren't places they'd be interested in, so the 5-10 year outlook for the Y is more, hey, let's consolidate instead of dumping money there. If we're going to build a center or the Y is gonna build a new building in the future, why would they don't wanna dump money into like that area, other areas, even the rec. Let's look at that future plan and
Okay,
the
well
rec
then-
funds there, so.
what if we just get rid of these tennis courts and You know, have visits with the Y, see if they're willing to build tennis courts.
Well, I don't think the Y would be interested in having a facility doesn't generate revenue. I mean, it's a walk on, you know, you play it when you want. But what I'd like to see is some discussions with the school saying that, you know, we can't continue to put money into these courts that is just a patch. Maybe they need to develop these courts closer to the school, closer to, you know, the locker rooms, school, whatever, however they want to do it. And then, you know, open it up to the community like they do the track.
Does anybody think, either Wilkins or maybe any of you here, do you think the tennis courts will be in that location in 10 years?
See, I don't believe so. I mean, honestly,
It's a mess when they have a meet up there, like, I mean, there's no parking. It's a rat race. We can't get to our trailers. We can hardly function. There's so many cars and they block our drive and I mean, it's not
That's
a
not,
good location.
They sit on the hill to watch, you know, they're parked all around.
The youth cabin, they sit
Yeah.
in between there. We fixed that up nice just so they could have a nice area to sit.
I would much rather see this money put into, you know, a new location with new courts, with a new base, with solid courts with tension concrete in there.
I agree. If we're talking about money, I would love to have that space for my line of work. Like, I'd like to have 3 bunkers of bunker of dirt, bunker of sand, a bunker of rock, because I use that daily, fixing things, and I waste more time going to get dirt, going to get sand, rock, you know, but we don't have the space.
We've been putting a patch on the courts. I know,
Since I've been here, we've redone them twice. And we pushed the limit on what they say, you know, 3 to 5 years. We've been pushing it 8 to 10 years. Cause I know you know, I don't feel comfortable coming in. And I'm not bashing our stuff. I think Oglala has very nice stuff for a town that size. But I think it's time we need to honestly move on to.
As we've wrestled this back and forth with the various options, I think Jared and I have come to the conclusion that this is the most this appreciates out the best, and you're gonna get bang for your buck over an amortized period of time. This is the best bet. It's just, is this what you want to do? You want to spend your money on this particular asset or let it deteriorate?
I really like where Chris is at. I'd much rather pour the money into a new facility in part with the Y in one location.
I just think it's one of those things that, you know, unfortunately, you know, just as we're gonna have to deal with our pool one day, our outdoor pool, there may be a time where it just sits, you know, for a year, 2 years, and it's either private group, school, whoever comes in and deals with it as is, in the hopes that, you know, we're gonna have something in the future, but to throw the continual amount of money at it that we've looked at, we kind of kicked it down the road. I still wouldn't know even, you know, we put $150,000-$200,000 into that thing, up to 400. I just, A, horrible location there. B, I don't see, as Austin says, I don't see it being, that's the future place. It's been the past place. But as we continue to look at how best to use the assets and pieces of ground we have now, I think now is a good time to say, okay, is this where we want? And if the answer is no, then either let it go, turn it over short-term lease to school, whoever, where they can deal with it until we do something with it, or figure it out, be done. And that's not saying I don't thoroughly enjoy, you know, the people that utilize it, the school that utilizes it, but you get a certain point with some of this stuff that you can't maintain it at that dollar level for activities that are, you know, city related a lot of times.
I agree.
If we put 200,000 into it, sounds like the guarantee's really only maybe 5 years. That's a term investment.
Yes.
Now, I don't know if I would go. Would you just flat tear it out right away or just let it be for
Just
some
let it
years?
be.
Leave it.
I'd let it be, and
So it becomes a hazard.
like you said, you might get a group that,
Wants to put some money into maybe doing an overlay of some sort. Sure.
We need to have some hard discussions with the school because we've always, every time it gets down to the wire, the city stepped up and taken care of it.
But I think Thursday pulled up.
Yes, I was gonna ask Kevin and Austin if they're available. I know two aren't.
I think it is something too, it's like, we do support the school. By that land being there, by, what is there. They'll be there, but I think. We're just at a really odd place. I mean, if this was just an overlay project. 20-30 grand, it's gonna last a long time, great, but. We're hitting this point, especially as we were visiting a little bit. As state funding continues to change. Are asking of the citizens, we have at the fine point in that, say, okay. What is truly valuable to our citizens? Is it a tennis court? Or is it looking at things like bike lanes? Is it, improvements to our park equipment, that we're looking at even on the west side of town? Where are we gonna get the most majority of use in our community? And is the tennis courts really that place? That benefits the most amount of people. Because, we're trying to separate and move this money and say, okay, how do we utilize the funds that are given to us through our taxation to benefit the biggest portion of people?
So I'm hearing that as a flag cut.
I would flag it. Right now, let's have a discussion with the school. I don't see $200,000 going into that this year.
Just a little sidebar. My understanding is most pickleball players prefer to play inside where you don't have wind because the wind messes with that pickleball. So
they do, but I'm telling you, this summer, every morning there's people there.
I've seen more people playing pickleball on there than tennis, other than school tournaments.
I call it more volleying with the older people. They just volley.
You are.
last thing I've heard was pickleball is one of the fastest growing sports. Why?
Hey,
Actually, they said too, it's what the highest rate of orthopedic surgeries in older people now too.
Yeah.
they have a franchise, chicken pickle. They have like a Chick-fil-A, but they have pickleball courts.
Really?
You go in and get your chicken sandwich and
You wonder how long it's gonna last, though. I mean, it's one of those things that.
us older folks are growing in population. It's not that we're retired, we're full-time weekenders.
Yeah.
A couple of other things to point out on this particular budget, you've got about 61,000 in there, the tree board related, the $51,000 grant. That the tree board has gotten for some additional tree removal. If you remember last year, this year we took out 25,000. Next year we'll take out 30,000. There's some trees in there for the hospital complex. And then they raised 10,000 from 100 Woman Good Care.
Yeah, I think that tree thing's a good project to have.
The other thing to note that I had Jared just added as an annual budgetary line item expense is about $5,000 a year for the splash pad. That's about what it's costing.
Yeah.
So we have some clarity for Kevin and Jane put this budget together. I'd say we eliminate that 200,000 right now until we have some discussions with the school. Maybe some long range planning on where we're gonna go with this. If anybody has any objections to that or.
No, because I think that's something that can be matched, raised. It's gonna make it another season, yeah. But I think it then puts in play, if that's something that the school and other community members would really like to see, then I would like to see something where they go out there, try to raise the funds. We have another business now in town, we can have conversations, or that group camp, they can go and start talking, and they'll find out how many people are really interested in that big amount of money.
How's our sand volleyball? A lot of people playing out there next to.
I'm gonna be honest with you, this year, the first year I've seen anybody on it. It was a month ago, I'm gonna say, and every court was full. They must have had a little tournament or something. I think North Platte was here. Some other smaller, that is the first time. Now, I'm not over there.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that that be a location to move the tennis courts. If we move the tennis courts anywhere, we should have parking available for tournaments, if they're gonna have tournaments, for people using it. So
I don't have any idea.
we need a long range planning, like it's gonna be there forever, not just
Yeah,
plug it in, and fix it.
I think that's with that school, the special interest group, YMCA, city, and then county meeting that they've started talking about, you know, different things that can be done. I think that's a great place to have those conversations too, that look for the places to put those, where they can sit to get the best use and
Yep.
go from there.
Yeah, not just something that's available. Push it there.
What about intertwining it with new tennis courts along with a new ball field complex? Cause we know that field complex up there is getting aged. And
aged and it's not very good.
I mean, that's something that I think really benefit the community will be, you know, brand new ball field complex, you know, to bring in teams for weekend tournaments, cause it's big, beautiful complex.
Fucking Western Diamond or Legion Field or both.
Legion, because, you know, we do have ground down there by the interstate too, where we have all our hotels.
Yep.
You know, a lot of parking down there. You know, if you wanted to hold competitions, it'd be easier to bring people into town. And that's future looking, it's not a tomorrow thing. You probably have bigger partnership opportunities down there.
That's the vision we need though.
Yeah.
I mean, to combine all the facilities where
It's one,
you don't have to drive a damn mower half a mile to get to the next park. You have all your facilities in one location.
Then what do you propose you do with the current property?
That I turn into more things where we can do it either with city, you know, with, like we need right now with parks, places like that. That Legion Field was great for what we had it used for. But I think over time, as the community's grown, that stuff that's happened out there, it just would be nicer to have it in a different spot and then utilize that resource. I bet Jared could figure out a lot to do out there.
Yeah,
You know,
I mean,
it'd be good
Uh-huh.
green space. That's about it.
Yeah.
You know, residential, you're gonna be in a bowl there.
Yep.
You know, you're gonna have.
We're on the onset of a dam.
Yeah, and on that's, yeah, so not the best place, but. A green space is not gonna cost a lot of money to maintain, you're just gonna keep mowing it. The other thing is you could trade that Legion Field green space for something maybe further south. For some residential too.
Or even, you know, some communities will take places like that and then they'll put trees in there. It'll be a treed park. So it's, you know, a lot of shade.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, weed eaters, that's gonna suck. But Hastings did that a long time ago with some of their green spaces. They put in trees, they planted bigger trees. It makes it so you have a picnic area. A lot of families go out there, then frisbee, golf, all that stuff, but it's shaded. You know, it's a nice place to play.
Well, I think you're getting some direction from the council. I think we're gonna pause on this $200,000 expenditure if that's okay with council. Let's scratch that for now.
That's
And let's start some discussions with the school, maybe on some long range planning.
Quick question too, Kevin, have you talked with the different departments yet about the COLA stuff, that plan that you'd kind of looked at that we discussed? Okay. As Jared, as those COLA changes go into effect, it's different than we've done before. I would love to know your thoughts of it as they take effect or as you've looked at it, on how that affects your department. Do you like it? Do you not? It doesn't even have to be an answer today. You know, if you think about it, we'd just love to know it's something completely different. We would love to know between the different groups if you like it. I mean, that's one of the big things.
well, I'm already past my time and I know,
Like I said, just time to think about it. Just
talk to you
Yeah.
about it and tell you my feelings.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. But I don't wanna
No, no,
make my other guys.
just something to think about. I've been kind of asking the other ones because it's something so new. How that would affect your departments, you know, especially hiring in for seasonal, you know, what those kind of things look like, or low end totem. You know, kind of people, how that affects those.
Yeah, I would like to talk to you guys about it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're finished, like my budget's pretty basic. The other thing is the parking lot. I would like to see something done there. I think 50 is pretty low. That gets a lot of use, soccer, the softball and overflow. And I'm with Dustin too, like future, get everything in one spot, but you know, you've heard it from him before, so.
Right.
Does anybody have any other questions? Okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now I gotta apologize to who is it, Kendra?
Kendra.
Is she out there?
Yeah, she walked in for a while. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He doesn't have.
Oh, great, Kirby's coming now.
Oh, you're really in trouble. Hey, I'm telling Fenwick about my book I'm reading out in the hallway.
Kendra, tell us about your wants and needs.
Oh my goodness. Lots of wants and needs. Let me pull it all up. Okay. Some of the stuff that we moved around. Some shelving needs, as we've been in the facility for a while now, we're realizing that we're growing. We did our collection pretty heavily before we moved into it, and now we're starting to build out. So we need some new shelving. Not only in the adult area, but also in the youth area. Also looking for some specific summer reading program items. So one of the biggest things that we found recently is programming is such a huge hit, whether it's youth or adult. And so we're trying to like spear horse and get some of that. Looking at adding some basic things for the facility like bean bags and wall hangings and magazine holders, those types of things. And also some stuff for the summer reading program. Looking at some break room stuff and a microwave for our conference room so we can do more crafting in there. One of my regrets from building that conference room is we didn't put a refrigerator in there or any type of kitchen area. So this is maybe our attempt at trying to get some of that back into that area. And then do some signage. Those are kind of the things that we are doing aside from our everyday asks as far as basic needs.
A lot of it's functional stuff that continues to help efficiency, functionality.
Is there a number in there on shelving and?
It's all under operating.
Yeah.
And operating.
41615.
We tried to do that to make it streamlined.
Well, the individual items don't meet our capitalization policy, so they're all under 5,000 singularly. Which is why they're all operating.
I know we looked at it today in the library side, but I think the committee would love to hear. It was like 900 and some different users for the conference room to
Yes.
date, so.
So we, just in the month of July, we had a little over 900 people. I didn't bring my exact statistic with me. You probably have it with you.
I know it's in
In the month of July. So that is not only library programs that are in there, that's a lot of meetings. You would be surprised how many things happen in there. That doesn't articulate in the dollars because it's not rentals, because it is meetings of, like today is the League of Women Voters, and I mean there's just so many different entities that are in there. Tree board and garden club and Girl Scouts, Boy Scouts, and just various programs that are in there all the time. PEO is another big one that comes in there quite frequently. We have a writers group that meets in there. We have various library programming that happens in there too. So it equates to a lot of bodies. And that was not even any trainings. Typically this year, around this time, we have some large law enforcement trainings, but I know that they have found another venue that is not as packed. Usually we work kind of hand in hand with Skip to do that. Those in the last couple of years, but then they went to Willow and Oak, I think last year, and had an acoustics issue, and so they went to another place this year. Because they were just needing more space than what we could offer them. So I mean, that's even without even those big trainings.
So I think Skip charges for those training.
We do charge them when we have them in because they're bringing food. So there's a separate fee if you bring in food, any kind of, I get, water bottles are not considered food.
Yeah.
Little old PEO ladies, I shouldn't say that, little old PEO ladies, but they're always like, we're gonna bring in water bottles. That's fine. It's when you're bringing in types of birthday cakes. Christmas is always kind of a hot button when the holidays start hitting and everyone wants to have their parties. Those types of things. So we have to clean it up. We need to provide trash bags. We're gonna have, spillage. We're gonna have to clean the room afterwards. So that's why we charge a food fee. But when they're actually using it for a meeting during normal operating hours, we do not charge a fee. If they want to give us a donation, that's where it hits.
And then they clean up after themselves.
They take the trash out. Sometimes an organization will vacuum up after themselves, but typically, in there I look at it, see how much is needed.
If you haven't been in there, even within the last year, next time you're in there, just peek into the conference room area. Because for the amount of people that utilize the library in that room, how well Kendra's team keeps it, it's always clean, it's nice, and there gets to be a little spot on his carpet they're talking about, okay, we might have to replace that, but it's a very nice area that they very well maintain.
We try to keep it updated. I think it was about a year ago, we did wainscoting in there along the walls because chairs were starting to hit the walls too much, so we had to update that. We try to be good stewards of the gifts we're given.
Scouting is using the meeting room and not the cabin.
Depends on what activity they're doing. Sometimes it goes hand in hand with research. It just depends. Sometimes if they need a bigger space, they will come into the library.
So the total expense is about 10% increase from last year. I didn't need any suggestions how we close that gap.
I think a lot of it runs to, I think Veroni's just calculated too on this, Kendra, was just if you add in the increase in retirement, increase in insurance, increase in, all of the things that are going to come in with employment is one of the biggest items that really squeezes her department size.
My department is shrinking.
Trade tuition is down, that she cut it.
So back to my question, any suggestions on how we close that gap?
I feel like I do a lot of asks all year long to make the library as fruitful and stimulating as I can. We have the foundation and the Friends of the Library. They provide quite a bit of chunks to the library. Our programming needs, we're doing that with their help. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to make it happen. So I don't know how I could cut it any thinner, I guess is what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
pressing you or being critical. I'm just,
yeah.
that's what we need to do.
If you were going to put something under there, sure, you could take some of the shelving needs out, but we're gonna have to do it at some point. So the collection is growing and we can't put it on the shelf. So
Do we track what card holders are not, what percentage of card holders are not within the corporate limits?
you mean as far as out of county cards?
Not out of county, out of city.
No, because it is a county library, because they are,
Does the county fund you?
yes,
What do they give you?
15,500.
Where's that at?
That's it.
Could be a spot, I mean, we have a memorandum of understanding with them that I don't know how far back that goes. That predates me. There were years that we had it maybe just a little bit more, and years that it was a little bit less, but I think for the vast majority, it's been at that. We used to have to go into the county and do an ask every year. And then, gosh, Jane, you probably can talk about it to me, but I'm trying to think about how many years ago I went in and we got it finalized.
5 or 6 years ago,
It was before we moved into the building.
was it?
Yeah, where we actually had them do a legal memorandum of understanding, so we knew what we were getting. So we didn't have to bill them and we didn't have to do all of that. I mean, there's potential, but I don't know. I'm sure the county. It's worth a shot, I mean.
Would you speculate? 20%?
No. I don't think that they could. Are you talking about your question? I'm saying increase on the county side. No, I don't think that would help.
Speculate what percentage of cardholders are outside the book.
I don't want to speculate on that.
And I think too, because Kevin was on the board there as well. I think honestly, if you took out, let's say you said, okay, nobody in the county, just city of Walla, it's not going to impact the numbers of needs and asks that the library is going to have.
No.
That'll still be there.
Correct.
And the only thing that would make up for it is if you charged more, or if you charged a membership fee annually to come in. But even then, that number's not a huge part that's gonna play into that. And if you start charging at the library level, people just stop using it. I
We
think
can charge out of county.
We do charge out the
out of
county,
county.
but not county users. I would say the one thing that would be something that we could, if you absolutely needed it to come from my department, which I don't like at all. As a supervisor, I would say it would be some shelving. I could remove some parts of that. It's not an extreme amount of money, but
Is that the 3,000?
between 3 and 8.
Well, there's some of this in there that's contingent upon philanthropy.
Correct.
Yeah, that is. 2K.
It was about 12,000. This building is part of it.
Well, we had 8,000 in one area and 3,000 in another, so. I wouldn't want to get rid of all of it, no.
And I know Kendra has, she's in a position, especially when it comes to library site where, when you have to make a decision of, okay, with the money that comes in from Friends of the Library and others, you can either then redirect that towards, new shelving or doing youth programming. And that kind of runs into an issue too. It's like, does the board cut
It's on.
youth programming, adult programming, put bookshelves in? So a lot of it continues. I look at some of the stuff, especially when shit goes to shelving books. That's a function of the library. It almost be at like parks saying they're not gonna put up, work benches and stuff that they need to fix equipment on. Kind of the same.
We had a phenomenal response to the program this year.
Huge.
No trouble.
Kendra, what are your
Well,
hours at the
items.
library?
We are open from 9 PM until 8 PM, Monday through Thursday, Fridays 9 to 5, and Saturdays 10 to 1.
I don't think we're to that point yet. But as we're concerned about funding coming into the city and property tax increases that, I think you run a pretty tight ship here with your budget. I would hate to be cutting hours and personnel, at this point.
We have done that. We've done that in my tenure. We used to be open on Saturdays from 9 to 5. We eliminated the hours from 10 to 1. Again, it feels like I've been doing this for 100 years. I can't remember exactly the year that happened. It was still a built facility as a way. When you start eliminating more hours in that, you start to cut your accreditation levels. which used to mean a lot more than it does now. Now that there's no Fed state funding, that kind of impacts it, because it used to be you wanted to be accredited at the highest level so you could get the most return. But now that some of those programs have dried up, that's the issue. It's something, I mean, things seem to be heavy. It's something to consider. I don't like the idea of that because I think we need to be accessible. But it's a thought.
Well, council, at this point, I don't see anything that. Any dramatic changes we need to make on this. At this point, I mean, we need to get a little closer to the finish line and maybe. Review everything again, but, I had a state official tell me. Just a few days ago that we need to get every federal dollar that we can. In the state of Nebraska. And. It wasn't a minute later that he said every local government needs to be able to support themselves on their own without support from state or federal funding. And it's like,
That's a tough concept, yeah.
yeah, and that's, I mean, and. This is me personally, not the rest of the council, but I'm really concerned what's gonna be happening in the next 2 or 3 years. As it affects all our funding, you know, we can, like, I don't wanna get out ahead of our skis.
And I understand that. I mean, I'm a taxpayer here in this county too, so I get it.
Yeah,
I do. It's a stressful situation.
you know, a little tweak here and there now is a lot better than slamming the door shut on something later.
That may be something too, as we're looking at fees, the board may start looking at that as well. I know, how many years ago did we look at that? Last time, was it?
Fee scale, it's been a while. What we found is that if you price yourself too much higher, you know, copies, that type of thing, then they don't come in to use you at all. You have office service, you have Nebraska Farmers, you have those types of places to do those things. Most people don't have printers anymore, but it's kind of one of the things. I mean, there was always the idea of charging for meeting room space. If you want to do that. To buy, I don't know, do we charge as a city level for people to use Spruce Street Station or? For meetings, for just the blanket
no.
meeting?
If there's a private entity. Providing the service for copies or whatever, we shouldn't be competing with them, in my view. I mean, if we should be putting our prices much higher that they go to a private firm to get this. We shouldn't be competing with them.
I mean, that's about meeting room space.
Yeah, that might just be because maybe there's a certain level or category of use that might need some tweaks, but.
Yeah. And maybe it's more in a, you know, it's a every month type of meeting, a donation or something like that's expected.
Yeah, volunteers working.
We do have volunteers at the library, quite a bit. People who are helping us shelve, catalog, help us with the book sale. I mean, that's the big thing is with the Friends of the Library. Those are all volunteers. They're the fundraising arm of the library. So we do a lot.
Any other council members have any other questions? I think we can pull in with what we have here for now and.
Okay.
Uh,
Let me know.
Thanks, Kendra.
I understand.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello, Gigi. Keith, give us your highlights
On the year,
on the budget,
on the budget.
the budget.
So
request.
for the most part, the only thing that's I'm asking for that's outside the whatever is one vehicle. Which is in price data was at 42,000 is kind of basically the quote or whatever that I got. It's pretty much in line with what the ones we've been in the past. Other things that I'm looking to get is our laptop computers that we use for writing citations and stuff. The ones that we first got would have been, I believe, in 2000, was it 2018 or 2019? They are at end of life, and I had to pull them out. They don't run on 11, and so I can't get them to work. We spent like a month and a half trying to get them to work with this 5.9s and our reporting thing, and finally they just told us we had to get new computers. We couldn't make them work. I already had 4 of those from just buying to put in new vehicles, so I just put them in service in our cars now. But the 5 would make it to where we would have enough for throughout the year. I get to where my spot is. Other than that, I was looking at new firearms, sidearms, which going from the 40 caliber back down to the 9mm. We've had these guns. The best that I can remember is since about 2013. I think we've gotten these. We've had them about 11, 12 years. We carry 40s now, but there's been a lot of development in the rounds and stuff, and you can go to 9s. Ammunition's a little bit cheaper. Still has the same knockdown power and stuff like that. And it might fit some of our smaller handed officers a little bit better. So those are 2 of the things that I was really looking to go into. I gotta find them. Oh, and any more body cameras are essential. I mean, we have to have them. We've been getting them out of Ireland, these are the ones we have, and they're called Pinnacle. And with those, we can store our own data. We were storing them all. They are pushing really hard for us not to be the sole holder of your data or whatever on it. That way, nobody can say you've messed with it, this and that, which we haven't. But I mean, that way you can't. The last ones we got, for some reason, the dates and everything are screwed up with Pinnacle. The other issue you have is when they break, we have to mail them off to Ireland, and it takes quite a while for them to get back and stuff. So we were looking at going with the G-Flex that are around $5,000. I believe was the amount going through.
7.7. Okay, body camera.
All right, yeah, that would probably be it then.
11 of them.
Yeah, 11 body cameras, and we would get by with where we went with the code enforcement officer. We would just have him probably use one of the Pinnacles and stuff, because it's gonna be just straight ordinance that he will be dealing with. There won't be any of the criminal stuff, but it'd still be a good idea to have him monitor what he says and how people react and stuff.
What's the battery life on those? Do they last the whole shit? Or do you-
Yeah, they will last the whole shit. I plug mine in every night when I go home. They always tell you, and same thing with like radios and stuff, they'll always tell you that they'll make it through 2 shifts, but they won't. And you don't want to be that guy when your radio or your camera goes dead because you don't. So everybody just tries to charge them at the end of their shift.
Is there like certain timetable, like when the battery wears down to where it won't hold much of a charge that you have to replace the battery?
When the battery goes bad, as far as I know, you just have to replace the whole camera. I've never known anybody to try to replace it. And if you break the seal on these, then they would say that they have been contaminated or whatever. So when the batteries are shot, and what we're dealing with right now with Pinnacle is, and the ones that the ones that I have, this has been the second time we bought them. The first ones we didn't really have any problem with, besides Jackson, you might accidentally turn it on. These are a little bit better, but we're back to, we'll have them on, we'll be talking to somebody and they just go dead. And they just kind of flicker out, and that's what, and we really can't have that. I mean, we still do have the in-car video systems that we are still operating with, and those are important as well, because these don't capture any traffic. You know, the in-car video will capture traffic violations and stuff, and these capture a really good view of the steering.
So you don't have to answer this now because we're being broadcast live, but if you don't want to answer it, you can tell me later. How are they activated?
You just flip it down.
So you have to manually do it?
Yeah, you flip this down.
So when you get out of the car, you have to be sure
Yep,
the
you
officer.
just flip it down like that, and we are now recording.
Oh, and you hear it.
You hear a click, and then there's a bright green line right there that indicates that it is.
So if an officer forgets to turn it on, you're.
That is correct. If it's sitting here like this, we can walk around all day and it doesn't record. But those are the big things that I'm looking, that need to get. I have been talking with Skip. Skip has they have a possibility of a grant for some of for some of this stuff that we could do that they had filled out. And talking to them, it could still be City of Ogallala property. It wouldn't anything to do with, but it's just a federal grant that is allowed, that has to come back towards like a domestic violence. Related to our body cameras are definitely that. Our laptops definitely are. They don't deal in any firearms or whatever, but I won't know if that grant is accepted or whatever until after our budget is set. And it might, I mean, they might not accept it, they might accept, or for some of it, but I'm just trying to plan ahead.
Some of the gun manufacturers give you a pretty good deal dealing directly with them, don't?
Yes, they do.
And then,
So like the Glock, if you see, we buy 12 handguns, it's gonna cost us $6,000.
and then you offer
And then
the ones back to the
that-
officers.
okay, so how it kind of works out is the $6,000 that is quoted is us trading our firearms into them, and then they will turn around and let the officer buy that handgun back from them. And it is a pretty good deal. I've never done it yet, but on this one, when it comes time, I would definitely like to.
Buy your own gun back?
Yes, glad to have that back, but.
And then that person, right?
Yes, yeah.
They're not stamped OPD or
No,
anything, are
no.
they? I've personally bought guns from Phoenix Police Department. Police Department, yeah. That are out there for Glock.
So the guns that we're also looking at, that's with the sight, that's also with the optics on them. Look, we have not had an officer involved shooting, and I don't ever want to have one because they're whatever, but anything tool that I think I can give on there to make it more of an accurate shot or whatever, I think is the best way. And there's lots of studies that those optics that they have on there have really reduced the issues of missed shots and stuff like that. So, and looking at the price, I thought that was a pretty good deal, really.
So there'll be new holsters then too.
New holsters, but I would just take that just straight out of the uniforms. With the uniform budgets, I put in for 3 ballistic vests and then the replacement holsters and
With the belts and everything else. I mean,
everything else we should be able to go. It would just be the holsters that we need to replace. The lights on the guns should fit the same rails. We just replaced those here not that long ago. Our lights on the guns, so.
Well, it looks like, Chief, when I just look from year to year budget, you've done really well, because even though there's increases with medical insurance, workers' comp went up, medical insurance was huge. And a few other items related to employment. Your budget is really tight, because if we would have left everything the same with those increases, if we just took out those numbers based on your 2025, you'd be almost over $100,000 less, so you did a great job of really watching your budget.
Thank you. Some of my officers said I do too good a job of watching my budget, but we try to make sure that we're getting.
Just quick math, 146,000 increase just in employment related increases, and if you look at the budget itself, you only had about 30, so it's really great.
Well, and part of medical insurance, when we have a vacant, then of course we budget the
Mhm.
highest amount because we
Yep.
don't know what the new employee is gonna take. But, so, that's
Yep.
part of it.
And we do have plenty of it.
Yeah,
So no, that's really good.
I don't see anything way out of whack on this either. I mean,
What's the oldest vehicle you have?
Officer Troxel's driving the 2015, but it's pretty low miles. When Chief Kling had it, he never did get it over into on the street. So for the first few years, we drove it, it had very few. So when I turned it over to Officer Troxel and I started, it only had like 34,000. So it's, I haven't looked at the exact mileage right now lately, but it's still under 100,000. And if that just goes to a code enforcement and there is no pursuits and stuff like that, because we're planning to restripe it still to where we can use it. You know, if we have to go pick up a dog after hours and stuff like that, but it will not be a patrol vehicle once. So, and then mine's the next one, that's a 2017, and I just kind of mope along and that I don't get too wound up. And like today where I am on the street handling calls, I've switched over to one of the cars in Fleets just because it has a computer. And mine, I took my computer out to give to the officers that are actually out on the street more.
Any issues with the schools ask still with the officer on site? Did that change it up a little bit?
Well, we had to put it on hold for right now just because we're so short, and with Officer Troxel retiring next week, it's gonna pretty much put me on the street for 4 or 5 days, I think, or 3 or whatever. So we just kind of put it on hold. We've got a quality applicant that's coming in that's certified, which would be if he does get hired or whatever, that would be great and a bonus. We did just hire one young man that will start on the 25th, but he's still gonna have to go through the entire academy, so.
The SRO program is in effect, just because we don't have the manpower to fully execute the agreement. The school has agreed to just put it on hold until such time as Officer Watson can go back to it.
I know Officer Mazan did a great job. I know really made a lot of connections with the kids.
Yeah,
A lot of
he did.
people appreciated that, the teachers too. So I think it's a great program.
And I don't want to get rid of it. I do like it. It's just, it's really good that the school has been as good with us as they are, because I just went in and talked to Mr. Russell and said, look, I'm looking at this and I just don't see how I can do it.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, no problem, you know, we'll start it back up when things are, when you can, and we will, because it helps out a lot. We used to get, and it depends on the kids and the whatever, but we spent a lot of time at the schools in prior years and with cases and documents and stuff. And with Officer Moles on there, it really cut down. I don't know if it's just the officer presence or you know, that was just but we didn't have near the criminal activity or whatever that we have had in the past there.
I think it creates a community feel too, because once your officers know not only the kids, they get to know the parents and they're seen a lot more. So I think it creates that good environment of, hey, we know this person, we trust this person, we see this person. That makes it a very inviting place for a kid if they have an issue to go to that police officer.
I agree.
Quick question, a little off the subject. How was yesterday?
It was really hot.
Yeah.
My wife made fun of my She said I had a Donald Trump sunburn because the hair was hanging down over the side and this part's all white and this is all red, but
Really, really red.
we did not have any real issues while we were there.
I saw an officer helping an elderly gentleman who had maybe a heat.
Yeah, we had, I wanna say there was 3 people that we assisted and when I say assisted, that means we were over there waving like this, going, hey, EMTs, come over here, or whatever, but, or, you know, walking them to whatever, but that I know of, I saw 3, and I don't know for sure, I'm sure there was more, because I was trying to just filter through the crowd, which is what they'd asked, you know, of us to kind of just walk around and be present and stuff, and that's.
Traffic seemed to be flowing good too.
Oh, my goodness. And, you know, I didn't let people call and say, hey, this is a problem, but the issue that we had is they were all going to the same place. So if I would have got out and stopped traffic someplace, it's not gonna help because they're all still going to the same place. Because I did, as I was stuck in the traffic for 20 minutes, I was like, boy, how can I make this work? You know, make it smoother, and there just isn't an option when they're all going to the same place, and the slow part is them filtering into the parking lot.
Yeah.
So
One more entrance from the east. City manager Wilkins might be very helpful.
I talked to Tony Baxter.
Yeah.
I think it was because everyone had to stop too, to get directions on where to go. And I think
yeah,
more people know where to go within those parking lots. I think that'll cut down on that slow.
I think you're right, but I mean, that was the issue that when I first started, because I called Sean Herbert and said, well, I'll get that, because we were gonna be there a little bit before 1. And that did not work out the way I planned it to do, and I was like, when I get to this traffic, he's like, well, once you get to that drive, just go around everybody and well, because we're putting you over here with the emergency vehicles, and so that shortened my time up quite a bit, but I didn't want to do that just on the street.
Any more questions for Chief Herman? I think you've done a good job in your budget, trying to hold the line. I don't see anything that really onerous that you need to chew on a lot, but
Really, police and fire, you guys have asks.
Yeah, and look, the stuff's not cheap. You know, I know it's not, and the way things are anymore, and the cameras that we're going to, we have to pay storage, or you know, and you have to pay for that, and that's where those guys make the money. So they're not going to let us store it. We've tried that or whatever, but anymore, the more technology we get, the more hidden cost is. And
is that something you have to do for chain of custody to have
yes,
offsite storage?
we've gotten by with it all this time, and there's nothing written that says that you have to store it with somebody else, but it is. The more that we've gotten into it, the more people say, think that's kind of the best route. And it would free up a lot of our server space.
All right. I don't have any other questions for council, Dave.
Chief, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Keep it up. Stay cool.
I'll try to. As long as I'm not walking around out on concrete behind you, so there, it was. We'll see it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us all about 2025, 2026.
Well, what I can say is this has been a chaotic 25. I'm gonna give you just a real quick history lesson here and to talk about that a little bit. In January in 25, the Trump administration put a freeze on all the grants. We do get a grant. It's a 3-year grant. We are just currently going into that's the 2nd year of that 3-year grant. So a federal judge then came back in and said, no, can't do that. So then they put a precision back, and then the administration has continued to work on trying to get some of that grant money taken care of through executive orders and agency actions. And then in April, the federal cuts by the executive order really threatened AmeriCorps. AmeriCorps is our overarching organization. And since then, we have been on a roller coaster of decisions and lawsuits and motions, emergency guidance, and just not knowing where the funding is at. And while some of that funding has been temporarily restored, we still don't have anything necessarily permanent. So it means that our program and our directors, such as myself, are really walking on eggshells. So with those cuts, 40% of AmeriCorps grantees across the country were terminated on April 25th. That accounted for 1,000 programs across the country. $400 million in grants were terminated, which was approximately 41% of the AmeriCorps budget. And then they left the agency operating with a 15% staff reduction. So then a week later, the lawsuits started, and the 24 states in the District of Columbia sued the federal government, saying that these terminations were violating due process. Well, then in early June, a judge came back and said, well, we've got a temporary injunction, and ordered the reinstatement of the terminated grants, and then wanted some of the members to be able to come back. However, that only applied to the states that had joined the lawsuit, and Nebraska was not, of course, one of them. Then a separate lawsuit came along, and those plaintiffs also won an injunction, and that said the return of that $400 million approximately in funding to nonprofits. And it also called for the reinstatement of most of the people that had been laid off. And then now we're trying to get them back on board, but a lot of them have already left for other opportunities, or we don't have the administrative staff who know what to do to try to get them back into the system. So, and the chaos continues. Now it's budget time for the federal government as well. And so Trump has proposed to wipe AmeriCorps off the books entirely. And the Senate has asked for basically level funding. Well, maybe a little bit more. And then the House is asking for significant cuts. So these cuts and whatever are still part of that final decision that needs to be made in the budget. Well, Congress had already approved the 25 funding for AmeriCorps, and that started on August 1 for the federal government. But the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, has yet to release that appropriated money, and we don't know if those funds will even be available or if it will even get released at all. So here we sit doing the juggling act. So RSVP local does have some ongoing challenges, but thanks to the sponsorship of the city of Ogallala throughout these almost 51 years, we still are fully functional, and we continue to work until we receive a directive that we have to stop operations. There has been no impact to our volunteers thus far, just good news for us. And we are continuing to recruit local seniors to help us out at all of our main stations or these places that we go to, the blood drive, the senior center, the gallery, just to name a few. So the desire and the purpose of meaningful connection does not retire along with our bodies. So last year we had 240 volunteers in Keith County that were aged 55 and more, who served over 13,858 hours for a local economic value of around 482,000. And the National Service Report that was published from the federal government for 2005 showed 634 active volunteers within Nebraska alone. And that means that Ogallala was at 38% of those volunteers in the state. So volunteering is more than just a simple act of giving. It really is a powerful force for good that really profoundly can shape our community. And if we want to build a stronger community, we have to continue to support service, excuse me, support service, not sidelining it. So therefore, I'm requesting that the council, please, 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 go ahead and approve my budget for the 2025-26 year. And let there be one thing this year that RSVP can count on, please.
Joy,
Yeah.
and I tell you what, I understand you're in a difficult situation here with federal funding, which the city and other governmental entities are also. If AmeriCorps would totally cut the funding, what's gonna happen?
Okay, the first thing that I would say is that we start to piecemeal out some of the portions of our RSVP. One of the first things I would probably do is see if the senior center could take on doing their own meals on wheels or home delivery, as they call it. Finding the volunteers to do that. The volunteers that we have over there should be able to pick up the slack and call out to churches and other organizations as well as individual volunteers to please help them deliver those meals. That would be the first one. The blood drive does most of their own collection of volunteers to run the blood drive, so I'm not so concerned about them. They could just continue to do their own thing, as with the pantry and a few other stations. Probably the ones that really call on us the most are somebody like Well Life. It's hard to find a Well Life in Indian Hills and even Mid Plains College. It's hard for them to find volunteers to come to this. So those are the ones that I would be probably most concerned about. They would feel the hit in that regard.
Okay, so help me understand where we're providing volunteers to these organizations, we still have an expense with that? Is that just the management of these people?
Just the management of it. Yeah. They provide, they give me a calendar of their hours and I put that in, and which then of course helps support what we're getting for the grant. You don't have anyone that I am aware of that is asking for mileage reimbursement or anything. So we don't have any expense in that regard.
But the newsletters and postage and stuff, is that an area that you could look for more, online or on the website versus mailings to help kind of cut down time? And
I have actually started that process. I have approximately 22, I believe, right now, who have asked for it, said that they could deal with it coming, via email. A lot of course, the more elderly, they don't know how to use the phones and the electronics, so we have a lot of them that don't even want to even go there. So,
but mail prices are gonna be going up again for postage and.
yeah, we started at 300. When I first came on board, we had 300 newsletters that went out, and we're down to 260. And every month, if I can try to find more places to send it electronically, that's what we're doing. So.
What is the $2,100 rent?
That's what we charge back to the federal government.
The office.
Oh, for the office.
Yeah, I have that.
Just out of curiosity, the past years you've had city sales tax under revenue, how come there's nothing listed for this year?
What?
Yeah, that's because right now we have the revenues that are divided between the departments. For the general fund, they're all in admin right now, until we get to the point where we know what their expenses are, and then we allocate the revenues based on the needs of each department.
As we get closer to the finish line on this, then they'll start.
Yeah,
Shifting those funds around,
revenues
but
are there.
I see that if you would lose AmeriCorps, I mean, 50% of your funding is from the federal government, the other 50% is from the city. That'd be a huge impact.
Yes, it would.
Have I mean, have you in your board discussed this? I mean, how could you respond to this if you lost all that federal funding?
Not overly. We talk about it, but this is the process that everything's going through. We haven't talked about it in specifics. If we lost the funding from the government, from the federal government, that basically pays my salary, so.
And that's the 50,000, that's what you need from the federal government. So you are guaranteed funded for this budget cycle and the next.
And yes, oh, well,
Guarantee's a strong word.
guarantees a strong word, yes. Every year, we got awarded a 3-year grant. Every year I have to send in reports, and it has to be reviewed to make sure that we are doing everything appropriately. And then they will say, yes, okay, now you can have the $50,000 for the year.
But if they scratch AmeriCorps, then
If
it's
they
gone.
meant, that's gone.
So is it for sure good this year?
The funds were awarded, the funds were appropriated, but the OMB is not releasing them.
We have a level of confidence up until March, and then we have, confidence decreases after March of 26. Is that not correct?
That is correct.
Cause there's always that chance, and not saying it would happen, but there's always a chance if the Fed cut, they could ask for the reallocation and absorb it back. So,
And then apologize, I'm still the new guy, so I want to make sure I really understand this. You're basically managing volunteers.
Yes.
So, like about one of the churches, they'll ask the congregation to volunteer for Meals on Wheels, and you're kind of overseeing that. They volunteer, then you kind of know who's doing Meals on Wheels today or this week.
That's right.
Okay.
And
more than that. just
yeah,
maybe.
more than that, that's a very good example of it, yes. For example, we just completed the fair board called and said, hey, could you please provide volunteers who would sit at the exhibit hall for all hours that the exhibit hall was open, just to make sure that there was somebody there. So we had volunteers, 54 different volunteers went over for the fair, did typically 2-hour shifts throughout the 4 days that we had that they were open at the exhibit hall. We sell the volunteers, RSVP sells the tickets at the rendezvous. So we've already got the request to please fill specific time slots for doing that for rendezvous as well.
and Austin with especially with RSVP, one of the big things that they were trying to do federally wise was to bring the aging population and give them additional things to go and like be a part of, so that they're not just sitting at home, sitting in chairs. Sure. It gets them back in the community, keeps them active, because I think the federal government at that time, they were doing all the big wellness surveys, all the big polls. The more they could engage and keep activity flowing, the more people it kept out of the hospitals, retirement homes, things like that. An active person typically keeps them out of those situations that didn't drain other resources.
That's where I was gonna go.
Mm-hmm.
And yet they're talking about cutting the program, and they're not looking at the human side of it at all. Because when I go to the banquet and look across the banquet and see how excited those people are, because they feel like they're still worth something and helping and all that, and you take all that away.
Yes, you are absolutely right. I'm so surprised that I was looking at the average age of our volunteers, 76. So that means they're doing something, way past retirement age. And we've got people that are 92 who are still being very, very active in the organization. Love it. I don't know what would happen to some of them, and it's not just, well, we're thinking about it here in the city as a local organization, but RSVP does things in the schools. It's not just the senior centers, so they can impact the younger generation as well as helping with the older ones. So,
There is the reality of a demographic challenge, because as Joy mentioned, her median age or age is almost 80. And there's not very many people my age, or certainly my senior of Steve and Kevin, who are coming into the problem.
Kind of like the senior center problem issue with last year is senior centers losing the people that are going to the senior center for meals because that demographics changing, that group that would get together is changing quite a bit. And I think that's federal government's looking at that too, as the years go, as baby boomers cycle. That next group, are they gonna be there? Do they wanna volunteer? Are they gonna be part of these programs? And they're just preemptively cutting.
Your concierge service, I mean, when somebody needs volunteer, they call you.
they call me.
And I know I volunteer in a lot of places without RSVP though. I
That's
mean, the churches, the other organizations, they call me directly. And I mean, not to say anything bad about RSVP, but you know, you're a convenience to these other organizations, and maybe there's some funding there that we should be looking at. That if they want to use you for a service, you know, maybe they need to buy these volunteers.
I think there might be something in the grant about doing that.
Well,
So you say you can't accept donations?
You can't make it a requirement of
Yeah.
providing volunteers for our station.
Not a requirement, it's heavily recommended.
encourage.
We've been through liquor license issues like that.
I'm going to bow to the expertise of my financial advisor.
We just, you know, I would hate to lose a program, but again, it's, as we've talked to some of the other departments, we don't know what the future holds for any of us right now.
No. Is it a good thing to just cut it off cold turkey, or is it a better thing to kind of let it die a natural death if what we're saying is true, that it's just people are gonna age out or pass away or whatever? I don't have the answer to that. I struggle with that.
Well, I would say if the federal funding is eliminated, that is going to be a huge influence on what happens to the program. I would think the council would support anything with us working, you know, with the chamber, with the fair board, with the senior center. And I've talked to the county commissioners about this also. And they're having the same concerns with the senior center itself. That they're seeing the numbers decline.
Well, it was declining until they got a new cook over there, and now suddenly it's amazing. They had turkey dinner yesterday and served 71 meals.
Oh, good. That's great.
Their new person has come in from the West Coast and seems to be engaging the people via food. So
I think, and again, you know, speaking for myself, but I think we would, you know, support RSVP as long as we can continue with the funding that we have coming in from the federal government. If we're losing half of our revenue, you know, that's gonna be a tough call. I know.
In the beginning, I thought you mentioned the amount of volunteers you had over the last year. I missed that number.
240 volunteers, active volunteers.
And is that an increasing, declining?
We're, over the previous year, we declined by, I think, a net of 15. With passing of, you know, like 20
Sure,
people, and then
sure.
with that, so I think we had a net decrease of 15.
Do you know about how many hours they?
Did not put down the average of each one, but we did 13,858 hours in this county.
Thank you.
Well, I don't see anything that this budget that we could even consider cutting, but with the Fed's imminent decision, I don't know.
Yeah, we just have to write this one out a
Yeah,
little bit and see
agree.
what happens in the federal budget to be where we can make specific decisions, I believe. So,
Agree.
Okay.
Council have any other questions? Comments?
Would say too, if federal drops their funding, it does open up RSVP then to ask for those donations, because that's not against federal law, because they're not funding you.
Well, you can ask for donation.
Well, I mean, you
You
can
just can't-
charge for services, because you're not
Yeah.
funded it, so that becomes.
That's a very, very, very good point. If you don't get federal funds anymore, you're not subject to their requirements. You can say, sure, we can manage your volunteers. Here's what it's gonna cost you per volunteer.
And that might not even be a bad idea to even start to the groups that are asking for volunteers to start having those conversations. If federal funding is cut on our level, what would your group be able to, do just as a verbal? And that'll help put some of those things together too. Because if you have different churches each saying, well, we can each do $1,000, $2,000, then it'll help you see where maybe that can make up for it if that happens. And you wouldn't even need to pull that until that were to come, if it does happen.
It's a very good point.
Very preemptive.
I would be talking to your board about that now, saying, we're at risk of losing $50,000. How are we gonna make it up? And the answer is not go to the city.
you're gonna put in some, right?
We're in for 50,000 right now.
That's something to look at. I think, a lot of those organizations would understand, especially because they utilize that and having those conversations with the churches, with the different organizations, saying, if this is, what could I count on you for the future, just for like.
Surely. Thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
71,000? Oh.
I was like, there's more than 50.
Yeah.
All right. If someone 50 there, then I sort of 70. Afternoon, Digger. Howdy. How are you? Good. Hey, Alden. All right, tell us about your request.
Like to update our bathrooms out there. They're currently, the ones on the building aren't, heated. So we have to winterize those every year. And every year declines. So I'd like to remodel, get some heat in the bathroom. Also the flooring in the office. Needs to be updated. The capital outlay. We put in for ground penetrating radar just for our older sections. We really don't know where a lot of people are buried. Either stones weren't put up, or they get covered up, or they just never had anything.
What was return on investment on that ground penetrating radar, John? You have to find how many graves for it to pay for itself? Would you say
16 with them? 16.
Yeah. Is that for the machine itself, or a service to come in?
Just pay for the machine.
Okay.
It could be used in other departments, street or water. We'll be able to use it. And as far as another service coming in, I really couldn't find anything, this far out. Obviously, we can find something around the Front Range, but a lot of them weren't willing to come this far out. But and the 20,000, that's it's a little bit on the higher end. We might be able to get something cheaper.
That's something we could split among. Great water, sewer.
We could. We could sell it to people service after we're done using it.
And also it might be something we could look at to some of the other area cemeteries that may not have that device. We maybe rent out a service to them and
Sure.
provide a service and then pay for itself.
Right.
Cause I can see a lot of the other cemeteries around are not as well maintained and kept as ours here. And I bet they have a lot of things that aren't marked that they probably. We may even get a thing paid by even doing that.
Give you an idea, roughly how many lots you'd be able to find or create.
Oh, that. I wouldn't be able to tell you, sorry.
What's our relationship with the county now? Do we sell lots? Do we give them lots or do they have a plot out there?
For the.
Indigent?
Let's see. Yeah, we used to have like the Potter's Field,
Right?
and that's one of the areas that we need to look at, but anymore, we would just pick out an individual lot out in the middle of nowhere, and I think they would pay for it.
Okay. So the lots that we're not sure of, if I remember correctly, are mostly to the southwest along that strip, the extreme there. And you can tell where they're sunken a little bit, not as many headstones or headstones missing. And I believe at one time we brought in ground penetrating radar, but it was they couldn't find a whole lot out there for whatever reason. It might have been the technology at the time or whatever, or just the terrain. But what I remember them telling me is like, well, a lot of these people they didn't even bury them in a coffin. It was a bag, they buried them, the ground sunk. It's not necessarily going to pick it up after 100 years.
I think that's a really good point. Is there any way we can bring that machine in for a test run to see if we're happy with it before purchase?
I'd have to look into that.
If we're gonna buy it to find out if in that area where we can bury them, I'd write that area off. Say we're just not gonna bury them there and go out to, lots within the cemetery, wherever, or pick out a new plot for the county. Cause I know that, and this was a long time ago, we looked at buying one back then and it wasn't telling us what we needed to find out.
Okay.
And I also, I was also told, and I don't know if this is accurate or not, but they said that they would, actually come in and bury them without any records, any fee to the county or whatever. I mean, they would come out, they would just come out, dig a hole, put them in there, and that's it. And the reason they knew that is because when they thought they could dig up a grave, they dig up a Bible. So.
And there's also the same kind of thing over on the Catholic side. So from this main gate to the east, that first row, that's actually Potters, the Catholic Potters. Yeah. So that would have the same deal there, so. Yeah, we'll look into see if we can see what it looks like. So if it passes.
You want me to flag?
I think so. I
found some devices that were quite a bit less expensive in the $6,000 range. I also watched some YouTube videos on it. You can see where the ground is disturbed, but it would be something that You'd have to know what you're looking for.
Like the old fish finders.
Well, and like for the, the Catholic Potter field, it may be worth, checking with the church and see if they have any records on burials. On Anglican, I mean, I don't know, but. Or what do we sell a lot for?
$850 total, that's the lot and perpetual care.
So. Let's do the cowboy math and just call it $1,000. Are we gonna get, are we gonna get 20 lots out of a potter's field somewhere that
Well-
somebody would?
And it's not just Pottersfield. That whole old area, it's considered sections 1 through 10. That we can go through and see exactly where people are buried. And see where people have purchased lots. Because throughout that whole area. When I first started, they told me that we don't bury anybody there. And we don't sell any lots,
Why?
because we didn't know where people were buried.
Got it.
And so this way we would be able to update our records and see if there's still lots there.
Part of the discussion. President with John, we had on this is, we're also looking at expanding to the north, but, we've got. What we figure, how many years of lots? We figure estimate,
He said there were about 700 left, I thought.
so we've got
when
like
we met.
5 or 10 years worth of lots. Now you hate to expand only to maintain something that you don't need. We do have we have a kind of an idea of what that expansion might look at. We don't have it fully engineered. But we kind of put the expansion project, deferring that, and then trying to get most out of what we're currently already maintaining.
I'm not opposed to the, to having this. I just want to make sure that. The
That it
equipment
works. I want to make sure it works.
For what it does. And if they take it in that northwest. Excuse me, southwest corner where we've looked before. And, they can't tell you definitely that something's there. It's not something I don't think we want to use, short of.
Yeah,
Let's rent one.
yeah.
Yeah, it's called a backhoe.
If there was an area that you are excavating, I think if you come upon a body of some sort. Then we have to do something with that, and then the cost is on the city, I believe, because you can't just be like, all right, we're just gonna put the bones in a new hole. I believe you have to put it in like an area, and it has to be secured. You can't just dirt it like they used to.
Well, I think even the state has to get their hands in it.
Yes. Then it could get very expensive. I mean, I know they ran into that before where you had the old cemeteries. And then, of course, development happened, town went away, new development came in. As soon as you start pulling bodies, now it's the expense of the city.
You'd have to get a licensed mortician involved.
Yeah. What I'm saying is if we have an area that we're not certain of, we don't bury anybody there. And it's done, it's off limits, it's just green space, and we stay out of it.
That's pretty much what we've done with sections 1 through 10.
And
which
it's
is about 3 acres.
seemed to work pretty good.
Could we do something maybe with even fencing of some sort, like inexpensive fencing, and let it, do natural wildflowers, or just so you're not mowing and stuff over there all the time for something we may not even use, because if you don't even know if there's anything over there.
We were talking
Still
about a
get it all.
scatter garden.
Yeah.
I keep looking at technology, but, I would just, flag it for right now because, I think you're gonna have a limited number of. I don't know how you say this. People who want to be buried in a potter's field that, or, you know, or if the county wants to bury them there, I mean, the cheapest thing possible in, you know, maybe, I don't know, maybe we make some arrangement with the county. We're gonna give them space. They need to find out if there's body there or not.
Cremations are going up.
Yeah.
I was just looking up that statistic and this one saying they estimate by the year 2035, 80% will all be cremation.
Yeah.
We've already passed our 50% here, what, 2 years ago, I think.
Or, and what is it with, there's a new burial that, no casket, no ball.
They wrap you around a tree and plant.
They, I mean,
Oh,
literally it's a bag or something, you decompose and. We're not doing that here, are we?
No.
Yeah.
No.
You know, in North Carolina, you can actually bury people in the backyard, like have a service and.
Make it really interesting for the next owner when they're doing a garden.
My wife's from there, she told me about that, it's like some weird state law.
So in Nebraska, you have to actually go through the county and the state to create a cemetery to bury somebody.
So it looks like the overall budget is up 34%, which is unusually high, and that's driven mostly by the ground penetrating radar.
There's a lot of capital expenditure.
I happen to really agree with your statements on the zero turn mower as far as rotating mowers earlier, less repairs and more trade-in value. I can tell you from firsthand experience, that's very important. You get to a point where the thing's not worth anything, and so I would agree with that. I do question the UTV with a snow plow a little bit. Is there any way that we could utilize skid steers that we already have?
We do. We already plow with our skid steer. It's not as, a little more cumbersome and slow. But,
We can't get those skid steers on the overpass walk.
we do, well, we can't take the pickup up there.
Would you be able to get the UTV up there?
Yeah. We already get the skid steer up there.
Yeah, I've seen the skid steer.
So wouldn't that fall more into the street department then?
Yeah.
Well, originally that was in the Parks Department, but then it got shifted to us. But plus, we use it for parking lots also. So we do have the pickup. Our 2 full-time guys during the winter. So we have during the winter. And so, well, one takes the pickup, one takes the skid steer. And we try to tackle all the parking lots, the bike path, the walkway south, cemetery, and the airport. And there's, let's see, 3, 6, 7 parking lots. Well, and the diagonal parking downtown. Sometimes the street department gets those. Oh, no, excuse me, 8 parking lots, sorry.
But shouldn't that be the street department though? I mean, the cemetery's not doing the streets or the parks, yeah.
They're pretty busy with their streets.
I mean, it's technically, yeah, it could. I don't think we've ever segregated it out that way. And there's a lot of areas where John does stuff with the airport, he does stuff with snow removal as it relates to the parking lots that could be under streets. I think historically, it's just always been because he's the one that operates, it gets stuck in his budget. But you're right, it's not an accurate reflection. It's because it's not cemetery. It's a cemetery department that is helping out parks and airport and streets.
I would think you'd put the equipment capital expenditure into streets because they have more sources of revenue, state aid. and the cemeteries.
Could, I don't know.
And
That's
let them borrow the personnel. Let the street department pay for the equipment.
And then house it at the cemetery.
They can house it wherever they want, street department equipment. And then they can call John and say, we need to get you on your equipment.
So we're moving the mule. The suggestion is to move the mule.
If that's what we want, if that's what we want, the mule, or would it be more,
It could be parks, because parks takes care of, I mean, they do the maintenance on the grounds at the.
Do we not ever just spread it across 2-3 divisions?
I don't know that we have this door.
usually we just try to put a
And
piece here, a piece there, a piece there.
That
Yeah.
way. The equipment, like we have one skid loader that's split between parks and
Between the two.
cemetery, and then one's for
I
street.
mean, whoever would use it most, I would think, but if you're gonna be out, if you're gonna be using this equipment, I mean, you called out, the overpass, and you talked more about streets than you have about cemetery clearing, so maybe it belongs in streets more than cemetery. How long, yeah, I mean, how long does it take you to clear all the roads in the cemetery?
All dependent on the snowfall.
A day?
Yeah.
Right.
Including the airport, yeah.
The streets are probably out there for a week. Clear to set.
Right.
Where they get this part.
Yeah, why don't you noodle on that, Kevin, figure out
Where to divide that out.
yeah, where that should go, and if if the UTV makes more sense than a skid loader.
Well, I mean, we could do like we've done with the skid loader.
Yeah, I remember we had this discussion a few years ago, didn't we decide on a skid loader versus a
But
UTV?
use attachments for the
Yeah.
skid loader.
Yeah, because we can get the attachments for it, yeah, the
But
brooms and stuff.
We don't. As far as I know, they don't make an attachment for spreading ice melt on the skid steer. So I bought a spreader for our mule, which turned out it was pretty heavy for that little thing. And so it got a new motor.
Councilman Bupier, you probably know as much about the equipment here, what you can do and can't do with it too, so.
I'd have to check on a spreader for skid steer. I'm sure they make one, but cost wise, I'm not sure. And I should say, with my experience in equipment, I hate spending money on snow plows and snow machines because it's one of two things. You use the heck out of it and you're so happy, or it sits for 5 years. And so it's just really hard. I guess that's kind of what I struggle with on that is, I mean, we're looking at $37,000. How much is it really gonna be used for? Because everything I read on this was really just in regards to snow removal.
Well, with the plow. But then we also use it in the cemetery for our cremations. We use it for on our trimmers, instead of using the pickup. We use it, all the trimmers to go trim in a certain area. Lifting headstones, which what Dawson's been doing is take the UTV over. And utilize that instead of a big heavy pickup, for us. But they can still use the mule.
The one we have.
Yep, the one we have.
You just can't use it for ice melt because it's got that ice melt
We can
spreader tears it up.
we can try it again. We'll see if it goes.
The mule, that mule's not 4 years old, is it?
It is, we bought it 2016. So
Okay,
it'll be
yes, it
about
is.
10.
I don't know, I was on the council when we were talking about like a skid steer or
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
a mule.
We talked about it and then
We didn't buy anything at that time or?
just the V plow attachment or
Okay.
the skid steer.
Yeah. Yeah,
And since then,
How much did you pay for the mule roughly?
originally it was around. Gosh, 60,000, I think.
what year was that?
And we spent what, for the new engine about hours ago. We have added other things, attachments to the skid steer. We got the augers. So that a lot easier to plant cremations in the winter. 'Cause that was getting pretty tough to use a pickaxe for.
I just want to clarify, I want to see them have the right tools for the job. Just, the UTV did stand out to me a little bit. Don't have an issue with it, especially if it's being used in more areas, but if it was just primarily snow.
Yeah. Having the V plow on there makes it think that it's just for winter, but we actually. We use our mule every day.
If you had to choose between the UTV or a new mower this year, which one would you choose? Oh,
Well, then that would kind of mess up my rotation as far as mowers go. Cause I have another one set to be phased out next year, so. Then that would put 2 mowers another year. So,
Sounds like the mower's the one you need to.
yeah, and this mower that I currently have, that it's replacing, go to the airport. To go around the lights a lot better. Cause right now we got one of those little home models from the police department. And that one's doesn't work very well out there, so. But, I guess I'd have to go with the mower. Keep them on. Cause we can get by. Without them.
I don't know, maybe chew on it, see if it makes more sense for it to be in a different department. I think it makes sense to just leave it there.
We can spread it out. It's just a matter of if you want to cut, or if you want to cut and mow. But even if we spread it out, it's still the same, it's all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, moving it from one to another, we're really not lowering the total.
No, we're just taking it.
But it should go to the department that is, is using the facility or using the equipment the most.
Sounds like they'll use it the most because they use it every day.
Or the UTV, yeah, for UTV, but skid loader, if that's shared. When you guys need to figure it out, you know that, we don't, but.
I guess that's kind of the thing is. If the cemetery doesn't really need a machine that. Needs a V plow or those kinds of things, you can get away with more of a $15,000 to $18,000 side by side, right?
They're not. I guess if you're not plowing snow, no, you don't need that big.
But then if you're gonna have to buy one for a different department, say the street department, you're better off just buying one unit instead of two.
Yeah, but could you, you know, and I'm spitballing here, but could you just put a plow on a pickup and blow the snow off? You know,
It's more the.
$2,000-3,000. Yeah, but I'm talking about, you know, the cemetery. You need to clear the streets, the lanes of the cemetery.
We already have a plow for a pickup.
There you go. Yeah.
So
So the streets on, you know, the overpass and the parking lots, you know, we probably should be talking to the street superintendent about this, you know, what equipment he needs for that then.
I would say we've always done the parking lots, I guess, ever since I started in '94. But more and more get added as time goes on, but. Cause I don't know if they have the manpower to do those.
Well, we're probably not doing a lot of work out at the cemetery in the winter anyway, so you know, that's. I totally understand that, you know. Using the personnel. But it, you know, the equipment should still be, I think should still fall under the streets. Okay, I think you're gonna work on this a little bit. Got it. John, thank you.
All right, thanks. Y'all have one for you.
Thank you.
Been great.
Yeah, just because the cemetery dies, they're using it
Yeah.
for street dues to, how do you allocate? I think we've just tried to simplify the previous budget for the past 20 years, but we do need and especially as we get into, actually, if we're gonna look at cutting things, we need to know, okay, what is, you know, for example, events. Talking to chief about the 4th of July, what does that cost us in overtime? We don't count everything. We don't actually always allocate it.
If John and his guys is in the cemetery,
They're the ones
Doing-
running it, but they're doing it on behalf.
on behalf of the streets, should be the street department's equipped, it's just personnel. Right?
Can I jump in with the parking stalls real fast?
Sure.
So. Like you had mentioned, in the winter time, there's not a lot for cemetery, and so it does kind of make sense for them to in turn help us out. We've got 2 plow trucks. If we get just snow like we did 2 years ago, we've got emergency snow routes when you take care of, whether it's the schools, the hospitals, the firefighters. What they do with the parking stalls, they will push everything up for us. And then in turn, we'll go down there and haul it off. When we have time from going from point A to point B.
Greetings. I was told to turn it in and around. Sorry.
So it, in turn, it does help us out, with them, the parking stalls. And if we're not real busy, then, you know, we're right there and we just hammer them out anyways.
Absolutely no doubt that works. But the equipment, you know, that they're using to do that, you know, should fall within the streets.
And they do utilize, their skid steer and that V plow. I have John park it out in the shop because it's gonna take forever today from to get the cemetery out to the overpass, so.
Sure.
And when he does use that little sander, we got the material out there that, well, why not? This.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, you're up.
So mainly for the safety of the guys. When we, especially winter operations, we've got to wash equipment often. That material is corrosive, it eats at everything. Right now, we use our fire hydrant that is on the outside of our fence along the dirt road that Paulson's trucks, gravel trucks, all the other trucks go on. the street sweeper fills up there. Using that, it creates. It's a mud hole, and especially in the winter time, that a lot of times it takes time for it to dry out. But it's the safety of the guys being out there in the summertime, the dust. The truck goes by, you can't see nothing, and who's to say is gonna see somebody out there filling up the street sweeper or washing down one of the equipment. So we'd like to try to put a washout pad inside the yard, which would in turn probably have to tie in coming off of that fire hydrant for a water source.
Mr. President, this has been on the wish list for the street department since I got here, and I think it even predates Nick. I think this was first presented by when Ken Pullman was a street superintendent. We kind of kicked, this is one of those cans that we kicked down the road.
And it's a hazard, even in the summertime. Once it's a mud hole, you just can't get the grader out and do it, because now we're creating more problems. We gotta let it dry out and then eventually get back to it, but I'm afraid, can somebody come back on us, or it's just like a farmer and sprinkler head shooting out on the road? You get an accident, that farmer's gonna be in some pretty big trouble.
Yeah.
With having the washout pad changed over there, will that cause you any issues with, mud or where you're planning to put that?
No, so we've got, to the west of us, we have a drainage ditch that we're liking to put it on the south side of the building, kind of over by the fence side, and let everything kind of drain it, and not directly into the ditch, because a lot of times there is clumps of salt and stuff to get there, so let them sit on the gravel for a little bit before they eventually make their way down the street.
Are you gonna have to do any type of treatment for collection or detention for that, for washing out? I mean, have you checked with the state?
I haven't checked, with, NDOT, they have no drainage system. And really, and maybe we could just put it away from.
I don't know what they have, but we should probably check to see what our requirements would be. If we can discharge into that, let it. It's gonna end up in the river.
Well, and I thought about it, it's really no different than you put your material, your chemical down in the streets, it melts.
Alright. I guess where I'm getting at it, I don't wanna spend $30,000 on something, have state shut us down because. We're discharging something that we should have been.
And I'll look into that, but I mean, as far as now, I know if it was oils and stuff, and start getting EPA and everybody involved, that's. But
Probably the same contact we used on the tree dump. It's the same contact we would use as this.
I agree with you.
Me too. We don't want to raise any red flags.
With that, I would say, I know a little something about cleaning equipment, and having a good washout area is vital. So I very much think you deserve it. I think you need it.
And we've got the floor drains inside the shop, but you can only raise the box so high. You just can't get to the places you need to get.
And then it clogs up in more drains rather quickly.
Scooping a lot of mud.
We got grease traps. You probably have grease traps in your shop, your floor drains, so. If you're washing out equipment. You don't wanna just be sending it down to a river. Check it out, see, I agree, I think you need it. It's long overdue, but. I just wanna make sure we get it built right.
And then in addition, just the additional efficiency that they'll have having their own washout area, let alone the manpower, time and resources to fixing the road that they're currently washing out.
Making sure you get enough pressure.
Yeah.
You don't want to be just garden nosing it.
Yeah.
I think Nick and you and John can get together and talk about equipment, I mean, where it should fall. With,
We'll talk about that before in the V plan.
yeah. If you want, you know, I don't care if it's split the cost either, whatever, but, if. Here's what I see the cemetery buying equipment, they're doing their job for the street. So. Plug it under the street department, but let them use John and the personnel.
And then the question comes up, do you want us to correct, do you want us, the street department to be, you wanna move some of John's hours to streets like we do the airport?
Depends on how many hours. I mean,
And that depends on the year.
yeah,
And how complicated you wanna make it.
yeah, I don't think the hours are as big a deal as
That's who-
as a. When you're
Idle with
$30,000 piece of equipment, yeah.
And I just wanna say, I hope I didn't overcomplicate that. It's just when I read through the capital improvement request, all it talked about was snow removal. It just wasn't quite making sense to me.
Well, you know, it's always been simple, just, you know, leave it in this cemetery, let them take care of it, they're doing it. But you have access to more funds, more sources of funds than the cemetery does.
And it doesn't mean it'll eliminate parts of your budget, we just may have more opportunities
just-
for funding.
Yes.
sources,
Yeah.
Grants, state, stuff too.
Yep.
If you do divide it between departments, you ought to consider like one department taking the maintenance and the fuel expenses and not dividing that. That's gonna get a bit complicated every time they buy.
Let
Yeah.
them do all through the streets then. If that's where they're using it the most. The cemetery's not using it that much, I wouldn't think. Other than their UTV or ATV.
The bill they said they use daily.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, that.
Yeah.
And,
Not keep them.
yeah, if that one, if they wanna keep that one in the cemetery, but you know, the skid loader or anything else that's. You know, doing more work. For the street. That's where. You three.
Makes sense, but it's-
I said, I think they would use the skid loader quite a bit at the cemetery too. I mean, they share that one with this, with the parks department, but I think it's at the cemetery more than it's at the parks. And, but they do clean the bike path too, but they use it to clean the bike path. So there is one piece of equipment that we didn't get on the capital, and that's the loader that we've been renting. The buyout is 91,000 that we have added, so it's not on your list because we discovered that after this was printed, so. I just wanted everybody to know that we have added that because it's what they're renting right now to replace that one that was in the fire. In capital,
And we really need to.
91,000.
Cause what's our annual cost on that with the lease?
Well, we've been paying 7,000 a month and to buy it out was like 150,000, and then we had the interest. We took the insurance company into letting us rent it for basically 10 months. They paid for it, rent it for 10 months.
Yeah,
And that's a really good loader. We found it, extremely low hours.
We've got it set up to handle the, or the blower.
No,
No, we
because
switched the other one.
we are unsure if this is gonna go through for us or not, so we had to convert all the controls, everything over to the John Deere.
Okay.
Okay, so we're looking at also a new plow truck with a slide-in sanding unit.
Yes, so currently we have two plow trucks. The oldest one, I cannot recall for sure what year it is. It's old, it's rusty. The past two winters, we call it the Stinger, the hydraulics that raise the plow up and down. We don't know what's causing it. Nobody can figure it out. We're blowing the cylinders on there. The cylinders aren't cheap. Last year, we got the two last ones they had in stock. We had one on for about a month and now we got one on here. It's just a ticking time bomb, wait for this one to go. That with the red truck, it's got its own, it's kind of like a live body on the bottom. It's got a conveyor that pushes everything out to the back, and then we have a sander itself to put on there, which that truck is designed for. That slide-in unit is handy in time of need. We can just take that slide-in unit out. If we need to start hauling snow with it, we can utilize it that way. As far as, and it's got more of the auger system, which is preferred. It's well preferred. It's when that material, if it gets wet, it gets hard, it gets clumped up. We've had issues with the red truck that when it's trying to feed, now you got a mass clogging everything. And now it's a pain in the butt digging down to it versus the augers are running so close together, it's gonna chew whatever clump there is up. They are really, really handy. It's got its own sanding unit on the back. It's the way to go.
Last year, we didn't even have that much snow, but it seems like almost every time we did, we ended up not being able to fully deploy because we had a
Yes,
one of these trucks was down.
we were down to one truck majority of winter time because just equipment failure. It's either getting worked on and accessible or.
And to your point, Councilman Duffier, I mean, yeah, it would be ideal if we didn't need to have snow removal equipment.
It's kind of happy.
Because it sits in it.
Just try not removing the snow.
Oh, it just.
Yeah.
And there's a couple times last year, granted, we had a pretty mild winter, but we've got a guy on call running throughout the night when it does snow. And when it starts coming down where the overpass is slicking up, all right, we need to call in another guy. We need another truck. This one truck ain't gonna keep up, especially come morning time. School's getting ready to go, vehicles, traffic. We really need two reliable trucks.
Not to get too far ahead, but our snow blower's long in the tooth also.
I was just gonna ask about the snowball.
Cross some fingers on the snow blower.
So I think this is a priority. We'll limp along with, the snow blower is critical for when we have a big snow. Don't want a way to get it off the street. But we didn't even have that much snow last year. We were down to one truck and I was getting phone calls like, why isn't this intersection done? And when the streets are terrible. What are you guys doing?
So what we ended up doing last year with the one truck, we took out the loader and you can only do so much with the loader until that bucket gets full. Now, where are we gonna put it? So now we gotta find a place to pile it, and now when we're done doing what we're doing, we're taking time to take that pile also there.
And with the blower, you just put it in trucks and they.
Yeah, with the blower.
But
we
the
can-
blower's using is running all the time.
Yeah, so, and that's what really helps. That's when I know it don't matter what we do, we're gonna get complained at, whether we push it off to the side, maybe you don't park your car there, or you don't have any other place to park, so let's put it in the middle of the street. Well, now I can't turn through there. Well, it helps us in the middle of the street. We hook up to that blower and we can just.
Makes sense.
People's happy, but until then, they're just a thorn.
I love snow. I hate buying snowplow equipment. But it sounds like we need this.
We do.
Yeah.
Personally, I have two snow blowers, because when I'm not shoveling the stuff. So,
I remember the messages that went out
I'll
last
call you
year.
when I don't start.
Every time one of the machines would go down.
And
Kevin would let us know, he's like, hey, machine down. It seemed like that was fall winter. So
And it don't
feel
just
you guys
get
may-
noticed by us, it's the townspeople that.
Yeah.
Well, I know you're the next one to get called, so I wanna let you.
All right, Nick, what else you got for us? Any highlights?
Just the capital request for left course street improvements. We've been trying to keep up, but like Kevin and I talked about that. You can only do so much with the amount of money that we get, and in the people's eyes, they don't understand, like over by the library, well, how come you only did a half a block? Well, that's all we can afford.
Yeah.
And so, we just keep plugging away, the worst at the worst, and what we're really trying to do, in my envision, is we've got North Spruce, we've got Second Street. That's an all good order until you get onto from Spruce to A, from A to B. And it's just a walking line. Let's improve instead of puddle jumping around.
What does it cost to do a full block?
It depends on what contractor you get, really.
But
And
just.
Like 264,000?
I think it jumped, cause I know
Yeah.
first was on the council.
material
Was
cost,
50 per one side, so $1 million or. Yeah, $1 million per square, and I know it went up quite a bit from there.
it's,
I was gonna say, aren't we at almost 360 for?
Yeah, it jumped up a lot.
And of course, water, sewer, underneath,
Water,
all
sewer,
comes into
everything
play there,
underneath.
but,
On what we're doing this calendar year, there's only like one tap that we have to deal with. And the infrastructure, the mains are fairly new, but on these, we're gonna be getting prices, some engineering estimates on main replacements.
yeah, I believe the one has 6 service lines and 1 main on it. So that's gonna be pretty costly, but it's in dire need. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. And there you go again, the people complaining. Our spot patch, we went through in a little under 2 years. Pretty much 2 truckloads, a truck and a pup. A pull patch. And we're getting down to where we're gonna have to start ordering more full patch, cause we're just. Putting it out everywhere.
You always have to calculate wear and tear on machines, especially during the winter time when they're running over the rough roads. It just tears machines up too.
oh, yeah. And the public goes crazy over potholes, I mean.
Come on. Go ahead.
Mine's off the subject.
Some other things we're doing with street department mechanic, is moving under the street department if we can find one. We haven't had much luck in finding one. I'm trying to avoid having the street department diverted away on one-offs as much as what they have been. Go take curtains up and down at Rendezvous Square or some of these other things. And we're gonna try to do more with street signs.
Yes, that's,
And by not getting as distracted with other one-offs. I mean, I know people call with an alley and they want it done right away, but we're not gonna stop what we're doing and go take that in.
you know, these street signs, that's another thing that, people that they just don't understand the time, cause we make all our signs. And so we'd like to utilize the time in the winter time, you got 2 people out plowing. And let's utilize this downtime, making signs, same thing with a stormy day. If it's raining cats and dogs out there, there's no sense in being out there until we have an issue. Let's get putting in the streets.
And it's not just recapping existing poles.
No,
In those cases.
we've been taking out poles. I don't know their thought. I think concrete back in the day used to be pretty cheap because you got one street sign. Mound of concrete is fitting in for one pole.
So I think that's the other misconception is we thought, well, we're just gonna replace the sign on top itself, and we're having to replace the entire support pole.
I think we have to look at too, you have outside of your safety signs, your stop signs, yield signs, when it comes to street signs, I mean, a majority of your populace now use smartphone. You can direct right where you need to go. Most people that live around here already know where they're gonna go. So who do we truly replace the street signs for? And I think that would help us prioritize, you know, how often and how quickly we do it.
You know,
If it's
and
for the one-off visitor, I'm telling you, most of them are still gonna have their
For
phone.
my transit drivers.
I really
Sometimes.
come to believe that anymore, a street sign is just a suggestion. We had arrows painted down on North Spruce. You got an arrow going straight and you got an arrow going to the right. The morning after I was coming into work, there was a car ahead of me in the west lane, either going straight or turning right. Left side blinkers on and almost got T-boned because he was in the wrong. There's a lot of signs.
If all men were angels, there'd be no need for government. So really all I've got for notes on street department is just making sure that the council acknowledges there's gonna be another 91,000 for that loader. Which, you know, we've negotiated ourselves into the best deal possible on that.
Yep.
And looking at dividing in some of those other resources.
Yeah, you know, you may even need to bring parts in if they have any equipment on what goes where, you know, just so we know.
Well, it gives us a better guide of what we're spending on snow removal. If we're buying all the snow removal equipment for snow removal, then
Every machine's got an hour meter on it.
we can credit it towards snow removal.
Block your hours, see where it's going, see what they're doing.
Is there no good lease programs out there for snow equipment?
As far as snow equipment, I'm really not sure. As far as like a sander or a truck or just,
I'm asking very vague, you know. Would it be cheaper instead of just buying all of our snow equipment and maintaining it and all of that, where you just every 5 years you're getting a new machine at a lease cost that's cheaper than owning?
I'm sure out there somewhere there probably is, and that's what we do with our skid
I say
steers
the
and
skid steer is at
tractors.
least.
We might check with the county, because like quite a few years ago, they looked. The problem with snow removal equipment is because of the ice, the corrosive stuff that
Nobody
melts.
wants to touch it.
Most nobody wants to touch it, because within a couple of years, you're just having pretty catastrophic failures in hoses, lines.
And
Things like
like
that.
sell that used that trade.
And most of them want it.
Nobody wants it.
And I know they have a really hard time. There was a few companies that would, but they're really, really expensive. So,
Doesn't surprise me. Have to ask.
but no, it's a
Because I'm
great
aware of
thought.
how the lease program works on skid steers. I think it's a really good program.
You know, and we use our skid steer a lot, but we're allowed, I think, 250 hours, I think. And to put that on a skid steer, I mean, you're gonna be in that thing constantly, and we've got other things that we need to be doing instead of just doing them. So it really works out, it benefits us in that aspect.
They say most of the average, so these lease skid steers that go up to city governments and stuff, on average, they come back with under 30 hours on the machine. That's what they see across.
I
the
think what, the one we got now, it is slow, so you're putting a lot of time getting from point A to point B. And less amount of time that it takes to really do the work or complete the job.
To the Bobcat.
Would it make sense to get a
No,
trailer it?
It's cat.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
When you said that, I was like,
No,
Would it make sense to get a trailer and trailer these things?
it would, but then we're stuck with. We're hooked on the trailer.
Trailer.
It's-
Pain in the butt.
Yeah,
And about the only one that we could really use is a box trailer, and we've only got X amount of room on each side to really damage the sidewalls, and you know, I mean, it's feasible, but
Oh, practical.
kind of a headache.
All right, anything else? Nick?
No, I don't think so.
You want a break before you have Brandon up?
Yeah, let's do.
Or do you wanna, you gotta go through it with Brandon too, cause Brandon on your side, you probably don't have a huge amount.
I've been looking forward to Brandon because his expense are less.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
If you guys wanna eat, go ahead, that's fine. I don't think Brandon's gonna take very long.
Yeah.
You're kinda like, good guys. Let's acknowledge our guest in the back.
Ex-councilman Darrell Weddington, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
It's good to see you.
You guys too.
You're still quoted often, Carol.
Mm-hmm.
ROI.
Yep.
That's the update. You just sent that.
And sorry, we walked in your office the other day, we're wanting to check out your shirts.
Oh, that's fun.
Thank you for modeling it for us.
No problem.
Really, you didn't have much on there, much of this year for stuff.
I really, the software is about the most important, for me.
And that's required, isn't it?
It's not really required. I think it's gonna help with the communication between my office and the clerk's office on permits. It will allow the public online access for permitting, so they can fill out their permits online and then I can review them. It's emailed to me. The biggest thing that I really look forward to, I guess, will be they'll do templates for you. So for my letters it'll all be templated with, like there's a code, code integration. So I look up, explain what the code is, put it in there and it'll automatically integrate from the code book, the code that I'm referencing to send out with these letters. So everything can be done in the field. Inspections, as soon as I take the picture, I can put it directly into the file. That'll make time and efficiency and it gets marked off so that there's no one can say, well, you didn't call for an inspection, or I know you came out and did the inspection. I'm gonna be like, no, right here. I mean, you called, the inspection was scheduled and here's the pictures, or the inspection never was scheduled. So it's gonna help out with that, I believe, so.
You might have said it, I apologize if I missed it. Can the contractor schedule a inspection
From the portal, yes, sir. And Kevin can see, so like the whole schedule, Kevin, if I'm out of the office and Kevin's wondering where I'm at, he can look in that portal and say, oh, well, Brandon's over here on Highland.
One thing I like about this cloud from him is once we get into a shared calendar situation, this will download right into that. So we'll just we'll be able to go in and out, look, and I'll know exactly if he's on an inspection. Or if the clerk's office, there's nobody in the back, that they'll know, well, he's out, but he should be back at this particular time.
Will this program create a property file?
Yes.
Everything that happened on that property that we could then export?
Yes.
and hopefully someday upload to Unibright.
Yes. So it does that, and also it integrates everything from the county and their GIS. So there's a mapping GIS feature in here that everything that they do automatically integrates over also.
Which would be really nice to have.
Yes.
Now, we're looking at priorities with what we've done. I mean, it's been so archaic for you.
Yeah. So along with the mapping, like we can do our enforcement. So it'll like red dot all of our nuisance properties or whatever. So there's an option for that. So you'll be able to go into the map and see, well, this one's a nuisance, this one's a nuisance. All the open cases we'll say. And code violations are the same way. If this one's got a building violation on it, it red dots that. So
We've looked at two different systems. We're leaning towards this one. We beat them up a little bit from their original proposal. So
it was like 20,000 or something, wasn't it? Came in at 20,000. We got it down to 11.
yeah, it was 23,000.
Cloud permit was
And is this a 3-year commitment?
It is,
I see
it is a
has locked
3-year
in.
commitment, yes.
both. I think both companies are 3-year commitments, aren't they?
There are some additional pieces to this that we may want to add on at a later date once, but I just, we're doing a lot with technology this year. I just wanted to make sure, let's get the problem area solved first, and then if we want to add on some of the other bells and whistles, we can add them on, and they've assured me that can be added on with those.
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, 100% for it. I think this will work out really nice, especially with our code enforcement officer coming on. Too, that'll be huge, plus in Brandon's office, but also, just make sure you might ask them on exportability. So what I mean by that is making sure we can pull all of our data on, super easy if we go away.
We did.
Okay.
That was one of my biggest concerns, and one of the things that I addressed with him is, so if we decide not to, I mean, obviously, we're gonna be into a 3-year contract, but in that 3 years, if we don't want to use this company anymore, we have complete access to every bit of our data that they store. We get all of that back.
Did they tell you how you get it back? Is it
They
PDFs or?
did,
Right.
but it's some
Uh,
computer language.
Exactly. I didn't know.
Let me take a peek at it, because we just don't want something, I've seen it.
Yeah, the lead file.
Or it's a
It is.
data file, it's a DAT file, and then it's like, all of a sudden you deal with, we can't even read it after the stuff expires.
I think there are about 4 different options of
Okay.
how we can get it back.
Yeah.
And if you throw acronyms at me, I can probably remember at least 2 of them.
Just shoot it over and take a peek, but then that way we make sure we don't get in that, because I've seen it. And, a lot of companies will sit there and say, well, here's your data, it's in a DAT file. And without the right tools,
To unlock it.
it's just gibberish, it's just line after line of just dumb. And then-
Well, and that's my thing with like CSV, the data might be there, but to break it out and be able to read it is a royal pain.
I would ask them most of them can show you what it looks like when you request that data out.
Yeah.
Because they probably had other companies, and then see what it looks like, because then that'll help you determine which of the ones you want to.
The other thing you may want to be concerned with is any type of reporting that you want to do with software.
Yeah.
This company also interfaces with Payport, which is what we use, which the other company, that was another $10,000 fee, which we weren't gonna pay.
And I did reach out to Fairbury. They're one of the towns in Nebraska that they serve. They didn't have a problem with it, but I didn't ask them on the portal. I don't even think they had the pay portal. They didn't use that, I don't believe. But as far as the software goes, they enjoyed the templating and that sort of stuff,
Right.
so.
Do you know where they're based out of? Oh, it's right there.
Iowa, I believe.
Or is it-
Reston, Virginia, just
Yes.
south of Washington, DC.
This is the larger of the 2 companies, which they were also the hardest. They had the hardest pressure salesman of the 2.
Yeah, Kevin beat them up pretty hard.
The other thing, this has the ICC Code Connect. So that's another advantage to this particular company, is it will reference back the code.
I don't have a copy for everyone, but I do have the iWork proposal too. I can go get it.
I think, Chris or Austin, look at that, because I think that defines
Yeah,
out
you go ahead.
the
And
export.
did you?
This is
The export.
the iWork one?
That's the iWork.
Yeah, no, so you're good, and I can look at it after the fact too, so we don't.
I'll get you the other.
The only other thing, I may be, after yesterday, I may be a little over budget on,
That was just the
my
other.
building permits, because the casino, they're gonna wait 20 months. Which I included their building permit in this budget, because that's what they had originally told me, but. And that, if things may change, I don't know, and we may get more stuff along the line, so that was just one of the things I wanted to make known. If they wait 20 months, the building permit will not be included in this year.
Something too, you guys might check with, cloud permit is just make sure in the contract, see if you can add a clause in if they get bought out. Or they merge, that you have a chance of so many months to reconsider the contract to relook at it. Because that's happened so much and it's so quick. I mean, all these companies are just buying each
Well,
other
that
out.
just happened when I,
Yes, and that allows you to relook at it. It allows you to do your vendor due diligence as well, plus renegotiate contract, which a lot of times they can lock you longer at a lower amount because they want you to stay with the new company.
Yeah.
So, and they may do that. I mean, it never hurts to ask.
I have the full agreement that he sent.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a 66-page agreement.
Yeah. And it's like, if you can slide that in there and just ask for it. Most of the time they won't care because at this point they're like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. But then when it does, it triggers that and it's perfect.
Why did you guys like cloud permit better? What were the key 5 points?
The,
ICC Code Connect is one,
that was my number one.
Payport was number two. It's not as intuitive as iWorks. Once it gets up and going, it will be. I think iWorks is the setup would seem to be a little more user friendly, but the actual ability for user interface is better with cloud.
And they're both relatively,
They're
they're relatively close.
the salesman that was showing us cloud permit seemed to be more literate in planning and zoning and code and building permits. The other thing to note on this budget, just to get that out there, and I think we need to get this out there way in advance, is if you look under nuisance abatement cleanup, that is a large number. And I don't know if the number is large enough.
Especially for the area they're looking at.
Yes.
We are looking at going along Highway 30 to the east, from G over to O,
And
and
it
then
is,
north to Sixth or Fifth. Fifth.
this would in
That area.
one property is,
We've identified at least a couple of emerging or existing junkyards.
So we need to up that number.
I was gonna say, it sounds like we're kind of gonna take it in the expense column and we're also gonna lose it in the income column. Maybe we need to adjust that now.
How do we work what we have worded as leads on property? Does that ever show up in your financial report? Is there any way we can get?
It's just that we keep it all on a spreadsheet.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be interesting to see that, we are paying for this, but it.
I don't want to make it part of my financial report, but I can share my spreadsheet with the council. If you all want to look at it.
And if it's easy.
It's updated once they're released. We have the date that it was released.
I think we need to keep moving forward on our nuisance abatement. I don't think we need to slow down a bit on that.
I was thinking higher it, not lower.
And then just coming up with a plan, especially in the future, we go over all these issues.
Normally, like I said before, normally we kind of just keep people guessing as to which of the 18 areas we're gonna go in. So hoping that everybody will say, well, if they pick my area, I don't want to be on the naughty list. But I think in this particular area, we're telegraphing right now. This is the area that we're going to, and if you feel like your property, you need to go out, walk around your property right now. Because if you got a big cleanup, we're coming.
Good idea.
and the one property Kevin and I have discussed this a lot and how much, and we started out at like 30 and then we moved to 60 and I believe we finished out at what, 90? It doesn't take long to burn through 30,000 is what
we're gonna get back some in metal on some of these properties. But if we have a property like the one nuisance property we have on Platteview Drive, that's probably a $40,000 cleanup right there, and that's just one small lot.
That takes half this, if we have that.
When you got maybe a
They-
$5,000 lot with $20,000 to $30,000 for the nuisance on it.
And they had court, I might add that, they went to court last week and they got a $100 fine, what, yesterday?
Wait, yeah, yesterday, we don't.
Yesterday, and
Mine is up to $300 or something.
so, I mean, it's not like I'm getting a lot of
Mhm.
help there, so.
And it becomes hard too, because since we do not collect on most of that until they sell it, a lot of people just sit on it. We just have to make sure we're not forgiving it, even when another company comes in. Doesn't matter which group it is, because we had the expense, it needs to be paid.
Yep.
Well, we were approached last year about somebody wanting a lien removed.
And there may be a point where we sit there and look at it with Mike and say, hey, at what point dollar wise, does it make sense to get the property back through foreclosing on it and then resell
I think the answer to that, Chris, is once we can figure out this land bank
Yep.
conundrum, that's when we start exercising our authority, so we take it, we deed it to the land bank,
Yep.
they put it back into, on the tax.
them? I agree. Make it a lot easier, put a little more teeth in some of these properties, and most of the ones we're talking about aren't the, stack of pile of wood, they're extremely blighted. And I think that land bank's gonna be a huge thing, especially along first, when we start looking at that entire passage and along the railroad area and stuff too.
If we would have able to convince Union Pacific to clean up the old Goodall fire, that would have cost us over $200,000.
That would, asbestos and it was very expensive.
Brandon, thanks for what you do. It's a thankless job half the time. Some people are happy to see you, the other half are not.
Most of them not. I will say that I've gotten a lot of compliments on the shirts, so thank you guys.
It pays to save the bad guy.
Definitely.
It's like, our court enforcement, when it comes to codes and stuff, just a big old code enforcement on the back. With a little gator with the light on it. Driving through
Usually go with him with some muscle and they just laugh.
Well, it's just hard, we've had those situations even with the mowing. When you go out there in the weeds, and we've had issues where you go mow through there and there's hidden items within the grass and it breaks stuff and throws it into properties. And again, gotta do something.
Yeah, we broke 2 mowers this year.
You at that point, you just wanna walk out there and sterilize the entire.
That's
yard
right.
every
2
extra year.
words, Roundup.
Don't tell Jared, that's what he wanted.
Well, I think he wants stronger than Roundup.
Primatol.
Yes. Or, that's where you can dump all that extra salt.
All right, Brandon, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a break and recess.
So we can-
I can recess. Recess.
So we don't have to get 3 years at one time.
I did for some reason.
Well, thank you.
You need access to it.
They always come once a year.
I will do that.
To have a part.
See.
Feed up on that on the poplar growers. Or not a great, he sings, but, so they always need poplar, and they left quite a bit of poplar. I have to do with all this.
How you been?
Great.
Pretty good.
Love it. Love it.
You're lying, man.
Nice job.
I think you're after me.
What's up?
That's
I will enjoy it.
And it busted it to go until 8, so it's like, we're still ahead for them.
Yeah, that's what
I know.
too. Like, dang, I was thinking.
15 minutes wasn't gonna be enough for the department.
Well, especially with the amount of stuff we're having to look at for possible trimming. It's a lot of hard discussion for people. They deserve the time.
Jane, I can get dinner next week for the council.
Morning stuff.
Just grab some pizza, then we'll roll it.
We'd like to amend our budget request for softer chairs in the lobby. We'd like to add that to our list of fixed assets.
Well, those were free, so.
The,
Came in here.
We were too busy chatting.
grab some pizza, then we'll roll it.
I not positive that Kevin. Or Kevin's block money. Superintendent's office, which doors to go in at 30.
Not me, or was on the left.
Did you finally move your own dirt?
Yeah, we
Yep.
did.
We filled in the car-sized pothole
I saw that.
in the alley.
Seems to be kind of holding.
I thanked Jared for finally getting to that, and he said, I didn't do that.
No, he told me they didn't want it.
We wanted to get it done so we could get the Y back open.
What'd you just get a cat to push it and then just grade it out?
Yeah, we had our farmer employee come in and run the skid loader. Melissa and I leaned on shovels.
We looked very
We
professional.
did.
Very
We did a little
important.
bit towards the end. Did a little bit of.
Well, but I didn't even get to, cause David did.
Yeah.
I just stood there and looked very bossy.
Yeah, it's the foreman job. They used to call it, what, the OSHA lean.
Yeah.
Have to have somebody supervising it.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I did when I was eating yesterday?
The other thing I
Barbecue sauce
did make sure that I asked on those, both of those
on my shirt.
software companies for Brandon,
You got more barbecue.
was making sure that we have
No,
mirrors.
no, but you seen it yesterday.
I did.
Which I guess, like, when I asked the question, like, what's up? Why are you even asking? But
Most of them are now.
It's rude to eat in front of people, but
We're okay. We're okay with
I
that.
think I always get scheduled when you guys are eating. Well, right? Like every year.
This way we'll eat and you can
Thank you for that.
do your update.
but we can't critique you much if our mouths.
Thanks, that's right. You can't say no.
Mr. Block has that offer you, whatever.
Have you been? Like, they don't know.
Thanks, Dustin.
Thank you.
Thank you,
An
boss.
updated printed one.
There'd be plenty of leftovers too.
What?
You don't split it up. Fight for it.
An updated one of these.
Yeah, I put it in your box. Did you not check the box?
I put it in probably a box here.
I did it like Monday, I think.
Everybody okay getting back into session and? Yep. Going on, are we're still recording? You can't stop it.
Yeah.
Oh, can't
So-
stop, all right.
So YouTube was watching us on our break, just a recess.
A recess. You're up.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're,
here it comes.
we're
Okay.
pretty excited.
Dave,
Well, congratulations on making it through the summer and the full season.
We've almost had a year in this relationship. It's getting pretty close. We're happy, aren't we?
yes,
I've heard nothing but good.
Excellent.
And I know that you guys have a hard time sometimes because of it's being busy in their activities when it hits football season and volleyball camps and I know there's some complaints about, you had to close it here and there, but the staff, it's just the environment we're in and we want our kids to be able to go out there and do stuff too.
I think we only have maybe 2 employees that aren't in a sport.
Yep.
And Michael for now. Till Friday,
Until Friday, yeah.
No, Thursday.
Thursday, I guess so, huh?
We leave Friday morning.
Yeah. Well, sorry, you can't leave, stop packing.
Well, there's enough weather issues this year too, but
Yeah,
and you get lightning and bad weather, it's hard to sit there and go, okay, well, it's past, we're gonna open for 2 hours.
well, and the first week, I think we opened the one day and then had to be closed 3 days in a row because it's so cold out.
I think we only had one mechanical, chemical imbalance
Yeah,
once. That's not too bad. For now,
Yeah.
we're full on. Yeah. No, I know the text. I get the same text for the labor issue, so I know the struggle.
It's hard, I'd rather have it be where you close, so those kids can go than
Yeah,
asking kids, hey, if you need somebody, miss it.
right.
Yeah. They go anyway, so we'd still be
Yeah,
closed.
But I think overall, rarely in life are your expectations exceeded, and this partnership has certainly exceeded my expectation.
I know from the YMC board perspective, they've really enjoyed the relationship and really find value with this city and with the employment and then with the employees here within the city.
Yes, in my last annual review, I got a 4 out of 4 for operations in Ogallala, so. I was happy about that, so.
I spent a little bit of time crunching the numbers and I'll rattle off a few numbers, and keep in mind, these numbers are kind of combining the rec center and the pool together, just kind of as a whole. And it's pretty amazing. So what I was looking at is, does this make sense to our taxpayers and what our tax ask is to the citizens? Because we still have some expense, we have the management fee to YMCA, but we don't get to collect the revenues, the memberships off of it. And so I was just checking to make sure that that was, in balance, and you guys don't get any bad ideas off of this, but. So the tax burden overall, was $473,000 last year, and this year it drops to $445,000. And that's, to add to that, last year there was very little capital improvements in the budget, and this year that includes some capital improvements. It includes a lot of equipment. Man, this highlights a true success story, so I just want to applaud the rest of the council and to the YMCA. I don't see a single negative in this. We're saving taxpayer dollars and improving.
And the YMCA is happy.
We're happy. The cash flow is positive. And we see that, cause we've got to start talking about it in a year. What are we gonna do? Cause we gotta renegotiate. We got a 2-year agreement, 1 more year. And I think we can do some changes that would be beneficial. But Kevin and I, when we originally talked about it, we didn't want the city burden to be more. We wanted it to be at least equal to or less. So if we achieved less, I think we've really hit our goal. So.
And you'll see too, I know Conrad can speak to this, when the YMCA took over the operations there at even the rec center side, getting the air system completely redone to what it was doing. You're basically just blowing all of our air conditioning out to the environment. But they fixed that. That was a huge positive. But then also, the membership side, one of the big things that the board's always talked about too is they're so impressed by the amount of retention and then addition onto the memberships within the Ogallala. We actually outpace Scottsbluff with retention and additions when it comes per capita.
Percentage of the community that belongs to the Y is much higher in Ogallala than it is in Scottsbluff County.
The way I see it, with the depth and the breadth of experience that the Y has that brought to Ogallala's operations, and I'm not critiquing Melissa anyway at all, but you have hundreds of years of experience with all the members you have and operators in the Y. And I think of it like, okay, if we had a hamburger stand, we're selling hamburgers and we just can't make a buck at it. We're gonna bring in McDonald's and they're gonna start selling hamburgers for us. You guys are our McDonald's. You know how to do it. You're on a much larger scale. You have much more expertise. You've seen a lot of problems that we're not aware of. You've made us more efficient. That's where I believe a lot of our successes came from.
And it's something for, on Melissa's side, where I think it was one of those situations to where we were asking her to do all of these things without the tools. And by providing the YMCA in there, it gives her that support and the tools, if I'm not wrong. To where you can lean on some stuff and say, hey, what makes sense here, or you have that support behind you too.
I'm very proud of Melissa. I'm proud of the partnership that she and I have developed, even when when I was here by myself, she came in at least one day a week when she's on maternity leave. To help sort things out. I trust her completely, and that's pretty rare in a year's amount of time to get to that level, and I think she feels the same way.
I mean, I did invite you to my house.
Yeah,
today.
we had our meeting today at her house, so we could take care of her kids, so. No, I'm really. Yeah, when I retire in 362 days. I'm gonna miss this. Is one of the biggest things I'm gonna miss, and miss working with Melissa, so.
We talked about building a little apartment within the YMCA, so it always has to be there.
So,
I do want to shout kudos to Melissa. I know it's always brought up, Conrad's always very positive on what you bring to the table to the board. And I know he like tells you a lot of that stuff, but sometimes you're not always there for those board meetings. He's very positive on that. Melissa, we've already put into practice, the concessions. Do you want to talk a little bit about that? Cause I don't think most maybe know a little bit about kind of what you brought back that we've been missing and things that
Yeah.
you've taken over, so.
I think we kind of
Just
updated
a
them,
little.
but yeah, the concession stand at Western Diamonds we took over this summer, and I would say it was pretty successful for our first venture. There'll be a few things that I'd probably change after a learning curve, but it went really well. I will say a lot of the success for that was Gabby, because she just kind of took that and ran with it. She did a really good job. She made my life easy. All I had to do was order stuff. She did everything else, so. And then we brought back concessions to the outdoor pool, and that went really well. The only thing I didn't miss was cleaning up after kids. But otherwise, everything else was good. So,
It was fun, and it was Melissa's idea. She wanted to do it. She wanted to move forward, so we're gonna have net about 30% net on it. And that's expensing the whole inventory, so we're just still gonna have inventory left over. And I think we've got an opportunity to do a tournament.
yeah, we're gonna do the concession stand for the softball tournament that's in September that they have for the high school girls.
Great.
We won't have everything that we had before, but we'll have a few things out there. I talked to McKinsey just to see like what sold well then. So I think it'll be good. And it starts like right at lunchtime, so.
That starts, the
Perfect
games
time.
are scheduled at 1 and 3.
Yeah, but I figured they make you get there at least an
Oh,
hour
yeah.
before the game, so. Yes,
You gonna advertise to the teams ahead of time? Let them know. what
Jared
you're
is
gonna have.
supposed to let them know, cause they had asked him, so.
We've also thought that if we could work out something in the Boy Scout cabin where the Y could have some role in usage of that, we could provide concessions for tennis. Cause you're right there. That's one thing we'd like to do if we can ever get that arrangement worked out. And I know that might be down the road a little ways, but. And we're looking at another thing that Melissa's kind of taking the lead on. It looks like we're gonna take over the littlest kid flag football and do a flag football program. Kind of, there was an individual mom doing it and she'd like us to take over. She's gonna help us for the first year. In fact, I brought down stuff today to do it. So that'll be our first youth program, youth sports program. And hopefully we can use some of the youth program, city participation in some of those registrations. So that'll affect 50 to 60 kids, maybe 75. That'll be a good start for us to try that out.
It's amazing.
And it's gonna just grow.
Yeah.
Here.
We're not only getting our things taken care of, we're getting more programming.
Yeah,
I mean, I cannot stress the amount that Conrad and the board itself. I mean, I'm just, half the time I'm just fly on the wall just for, the Ogallala group, but. The passion that the board brings to, it's not a small board. I mean, it's a large board. How many do we have?
16.
Yeah, 16, 17. And it's a very, very dedicated board and they are very active. They care, I mean. oodles about, the YMCA, its missions, its goals. I mean, it's just, the sport is phenomenal. I've never seen a board. I've been a part of a lot of them and never seen one like that.
It's the best job I've ever had, the best board I've ever reported to, and it's evolved, it's 8 years evolving to this point. Well, we used to have 30. Can you imagine that? Holy.
And again, the school district, I mean, Conrad's been a part of it and Melissa's been a part of the conversations through the community. With, you know, what's that 5 and 10-year plan look like? What's that next step look like? As we envision, so that we're not each doing something different, instead of all working together and help, you know, maximize, you know, funding opportunities and different things together.
I think we have some great opportunities for the Ogallala Public Schools. It's just, that's a tougher one to get the initial start, but we'd love to be teaching lifeguard, swim lessons and lifeguard training as a PE class. I mean, most of them park in our parking lot anyway.
Yeah.
So that's, you know. And we haven't got that off the ground yet.
But you know, what a good partnership for, you know, CPR, you know, emergency, medical attention that you guys do on the lifeguard side.
Yeah.
Within that, you know, weights and health class. And plus it gives you a pipeline then for people in the summer.
Yeah,
That's a major goal. So we'll see, hopefully we can, maybe by spring semester.
So now you know how much we appreciate you.
Let's get you on the low.
Let's get.
Yeah, let's quit loving on it. Let's write it down.
Tell us about the budget. What do we gotta do?
well, if we start at the indoor pool or the Y, where our big goal. What's that?
Start at the Y.
Oh, our big goal for over there this year is to replace all the cardio equipment. I would say 90% of it, 95% of it. Would need probably be replaced a couple years ago. So that includes 5 treadmills, 4 ellipticals, 2 upright bikes. Recumbent bikes, which are the ones where they're lower down and you sit down and you can recline more. Airdyne bike, a stepper, or they called it a step mill, but a stair stepper. We need a second one because it stays busy. And then I think that's it for that. And that price includes delivery for that quote and setup.
Where are we getting this out of?
It's from, they're called Colorado Cardio. I've ordered a couple pieces of equipment from them before. What they do is they take equipment and they refurbish it and make it, I mean, they overhauled the whole thing and make it brand new. Conrad went up and looked at all the machines that he had just to see if it would be a good deal to go through them for it. The guy Mike that I've worked with is, I mean, you order it and within 2 weeks, they'll have everything here and unloaded and set up basically, so.
We'll need to see if we can market some of what's there. Lots of times schools like cardio equipment. Last time we did it in Scottsbluff, the 2 public schools took all the cardio equipment, so we'll try to market that. He'll also give us a 2-year warranty, which is what new is. And it's about half the price of new. And I'm not a big fan on refurbished, but he truly refurbishes them. So that's why I went down to look and, you know, he does it.
Does he have any interest in some of this stuff?
He might. He said, try to mark, you know, it's easier if you mark, you know,
Sure.
again, and we can roll it across the driveway and we'll, you know, if the school wants, so. It's easier to get rid of cardio equipment than it is, you know, worn out cable equipment. So I think this is half a new. That equipment would have been 60 grand straight from Precourt.
Yeah. Maybe I have the life.
Or more, a little more.
Life Fitness quote was. Patriot. I don't think I have that one. It's the older one.
Yeah, the pre-core with Y discount would have been 64,966. So,
This stuff gets used a lot.
yeah. And I think also, something that should be noted when we look towards the future, I'd like to do this, start with this equipment, and then we go into another agreement 2 years from now. I think the Y should own the equipment. And I'd put it into the rotation. That'd be one way that we're using less of the city's money. I also think it shows more of a commitment for to stay here. And if we get it into our rotation, because we're on a 3-year rotation for cardio equipment in Scottsbluff. And in 2 years, with this refurbished equipment, I think we could turn it over then, and I think the Y should own it. By then, we're, and then it fits more into our plan, and again, that's 30 to 60,000 less we'd ask the city for.
My only issue with that would be, what if something were to happen down the road and the Y pulls out, well, they own the equipment, so then we'd have the building where we'd have to find all new equipment if something were to happen.
We'd have to have an agreement in that case, Dustin, where I think it's, a prearranged first right of refusal. If the Y would happen to leave at the end of the next agreement, because maybe the next agreement would be longer. I think the next agreement should be at least 3 years long. Cause that'd be the turn of the equipment. And then leave the city with a first right. So.
We went with 2 years just so we could kind of feel out how this is gonna work.
It's been great.
And
We
actually-
thought it was gonna work great, but we didn't know.
And it also matches my tenure. So. So you get a good boss in a year.
Assuming a very happy, healthy relationship going forward, long-term vision is the Y, excuse me. Is the Y happy with the location?
But yeah, we'd like to see expansion, of course.
Can you expand there?
Yeah, and we'd like to, we need. All the space we have there needs to be equipment, exercise space. If there could be more gym space, the field house concept, fantasy, whatever you wanna talk about there, but if we could have a full-size gym in addition, I think that would be great. That would be ideal, and I think I think down the road, we need to long-term plan a new outdoor pool.
You have planners that, can sketch that out, or at least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
You ought to try it and bring it to the council. Let us start taking a look at it now.
Can it be done at that location?
Well, some things would have to be not what they are now, but our vision is, if you're gonna give it to Melissa and I, we'd have the whole works right there.
Okay.
Outdoor pool and everything.
That goes back to what you were talking about earlier, and I love the vision and the idea of that.
Yeah, I think that group, because we had met with, one of the planning stages that they're doing is meeting with some of the local colleges and talking to their engineering groups. And seeing if they can get some ideas, some concepts that would align with the school and, some possible attachments with the lands available. And then give options, so they could come back and say, here's what it would be here, 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 here. And they could go to the community and say, hey, here's some ideas we have. And bring it here and kind of be one where it's ground up instead of city, county down. Because then you get that push.
I feel like the biggest issue you're gonna run into is just parking space.
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
issue now, so.
You've got that field to the east, you've got some land to the south, but you start building bigger buildings and a pool, you're just gonna run a parking spot.
Yeah. That's definitely an issue. The other thing that we have to bear in mind is that this is a satellite of the Scottsbluff YMCA. In 2 years, it needs to be an official branch. We can only do the satellite for 3 years. And then we have to either unbrand it or make it an official branch, which we won't have any problem making an official branch. That's easy. They'll want that. They'll definitely want that.
So that looks like it's all yours.
And it would be, you'd have an advisory board, a full advisory board for all. And, there'd be a few There'd be some certifications Melissa would have to get, but that's easy. She's pretty smart.
And as Conrad kind of touched on too, is that one of the bigger pieces that is the discussion with the school district, they want to do that early childhood center. The YMCA already has the capabilities, if things are put in place right, to really take a look at that because of what's already in place in Scotts Bluff. They have the plan, they already execute it. Some of the grants and stuff that the Y can look at are a lot more lucrative than just the school, because like when the school looks at it, they have certain limits that they can look at. Y is a little different. And the expertise is there. If you've ever went down to the Scottsbluff YMCA and seen their childcare program, it's fantastic. That early childhood into school age is fantastic.
And we can fundraise, 501(c)(3) is huge, capital fundraising. And the good old Vision in Scotts Bluff is still an aquatic center some, so we might get some experience there. It's more fun to come down here because it's a little more realistic, but that's gonna be approached again.
One of the advantages of partnering with Scotts Bluff is they are accustomed to, unlike otherwise, they are accustomed to multi-location facilities.
Yeah.
I suppose, so you go to like a Columbus or a Fremont, well, Fremont's got a camp, but it's all one deal.
Yeah. Fremont is surprisingly small in revenue and big in building.
A lot of Dillon money in that.
Moving on. So we would also like to add a third sauna in the pool area. We do have two, but they are constantly being used now that we don't have a hot tub. That's a big thing.
We're glad.
Yes. We don't want a hot tub again. We're not asking for that. We're good. And then for capital improvement, when we did our NPPD, energy report, they highly suggested that we replace both the air systems and the expansion. So we replaced the east one already this year, and the west one, we'd like to replace in this budget.
I think it came in similarly priced to the one last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a budget question, but Jane, is there a reason why like the equipment treadmills that's falling or operating supplies instead of capital?
Yeah, because
Just cost.
right, the individual pieces need to be $5,000 or more to meet our capitalization policy.
I could do that. This one.
Which is like the shelving of the library, or like the individual shelves that we repurchased were less than 5,000.
I mean, you're holding the line on the budget.
Yep. And I think it shows community, the continued investment in the partnership too.
Think you guys could operate a water department?
Maybe.
Maybe.
How about police department?
We don't, no, neither one of us you would want in the police department. We're a little too-
Nah,
We don't have the control level that we need.
that wouldn't be.
You got a whistle.
Yeah, we do have whistles.
I also
The
have a
European
lot of
Police
those.
Department, you're just like, stop.
Walk.
Mhm.
Any questions over the indoor pools?
I like it.
Okay. For the outdoor pool or the Oasis, it is that time of the year to replace the sand in the sand filters over there. I think the sand's supposed to be replaced every 3 years in those, just because of the usage that it gets all those dirty little children's bodies in the pool. And then I think that was it for the outdoor pool. I think that's all we really needed. It's a sand filter, so.
Logistically speaking, which I'm great with the sand filters, something we always need there. Just for health. But realistically, Kevin, when you're looking at that, and Melissa, what's the realistic life left with some of the issues that are there and that would you estimate? And this briefly,
So. The filtration system itself is solid. It's the pool, the foundation. I guess I shouldn't say that. I've pretty well determined at this point that. There's gotta be a leak somewhere in the system underground, because when we filled the pool. We didn't turn it on for 2 weeks and I didn't have to add water in those 2 weeks. As soon as I had that filtration system going though. That's when we started having to add water almost every day. So,
Tub integrity is there.
yeah.
We're convinced.
It's in rough shape though. Most of the repairs we did last summer are falling apart. The wall, when we drain it. And I would like for at least. Chris to come and take a look at it, but if the rest of you wanna come see it, it's pretty rough. It's gonna need to be replaced.
I think it's
sooner
the
than
skimmer
later.
system. I think the skimmer system was sucking water.
Yeah,
It could be.
it could be. But yeah, the wall's crumbling apart again. The caulking is coming out. It's pretty bad.
Have we gotten a new pump for the slide?
It's sitting there.
Is it, have we paid for it? Or did you guys?
It was paid for last year.
It was paid for last year. So we got the pump for the slide. And Darby did not tell us that he wasn't going to install it. He just dropped it off and left. And we didn't have anyone last year to install it, and the other one was still running fine. So this year we went to install it and we found that
It was the wrong pump.
it's the wrong pump, it's the wrong setup, so. The bolt pattern to attach the tube that comes down, or I should say feeds the water up to the slide. We're gonna have to replumb that and take it over to be able to meet the pump itself.
Did you call Darby and tell him it's the wrong pump?
No,
We were fortunate that if we left the existing pump on most of the time, it held its prime and it worked, so. Rather than have a total tear it down in season, we opted to,
Brandon and I went, thought we could just go over there and slap it on.
yeah. Didn't quite work out like that.
We got everything dismantled, we drugged the pump over there and saw that. It doesn't line up right.
Do we need to call Darby and tell him we need another pump?
No, I think it's easier just to make this pump work. There are some advantages to this pump. Because it has a filter basket in it, the other pump didn't have a filter basket in it.
the other one won't hold a prime anymore either.
It took us. Probably took us 2 hours just to get this one to work, but we got it to work, so.
And I've had to reprime it 4 times this summer. Cause it would get shut off and people would forget to turn it back on and leave it running.
The priming is not a big deal, you just run a garden hose down until it fills up.
Unless you do it by yourself.
Yeah.
It's a challenge,
Well, you
going
can't
up
do
a
it by
hose up the slide.
I can't run up and down the stairs ever.
So I don't know if we budgeted for the installation, was that part of the budget a year ago, Jane?
It would just fall into repairs.
It wasn't, I think we just budgeted for the pump itself.
So then
When
We just
bought
bought the
it.
pump itself.
Yeah.
fit under our agreement for how we do repairs then.
JC's looked at it, JC doesn't think it's gonna be a major.
He said that he has all the parts, he's just waiting for us to let him know when we're ready.
Our intention in a shutdown week in September, we're gonna bring our Josh from Prestige Aquatics up, and he's reluctantly gonna help us winterize. He doesn't really do it, but
he's the gentleman that was at the indoor pool, wasn't he, that we met?
Yeah.
that was looking-
Yeah, that you bet.
A lot of knowledge there that deals with about every system you can imagine. I know when Melissa and I were sitting there, he was going over all of, here's all the pools that I've ever looked at. here's how this one works, here's how this one should work. It's great to have him on
Yeah.
board.
And that was one thing, when he was there, he said that we should look at replacing most of the filtration systems of the indoor pool within the next year or two.
Well, that's another one where the backwash is pumping, with the backwash pumps too hard.
Yeah,
Yes.
Mhm.
I mean,
it does that
it's
at
super
both
high pressure.
pools, but at least
It's blowing your sand basically completely around
Yeah.
the filter.
it's just,
And I never
Obliterated.
really understood that, but that was one of those things like the fact that it sucked all the air out of the well, it's always, it's been this way since time, so it's.
yeah,
It's one of those where the groups that had come in and put the stuff in, you know, when he had come and seen it, he's just like, oh yeah, like none of this should be like this. Well, nobody knows. And it's
Yeah.
like you trust the people that are installing stuff to do it right. And you usually don't get other people coming in and saying, yeah, I'm looking over the shoulder, but this was one where they've been talking about a circular filtration, or not circular filtration, but what is a circular flow to decrease the pressure.
yeah,
So you're trying to spread it out. And he was really kind of saying, okay, here's what you could do to minimize cost and keep the system working, but lower the issue that we have. Cause
Yeah.
really it's like turning on a fire hydrant into a thing of, our filters. It's just like full out. And the pressure was incredible that he was showing us.
yeah.
He was a teenager when we and helped build the outdoor pool here. Josh was. His dad built it. So same in Scottsbluff. He helped build the Scottsbluff pool. The Trails West pool.
And he'll be a good contact to have when we are ready to start designing a pool. And have engineers involved, cause he has good contacts with that. Plus, he builds pools, so he knows who's easy to work with and who's not.
They're doing McCook right now. It's coming.
And the systems, that's one thing he had talked about is having somebody like Josh to look at this system and say, hey, here's who we're looking at. What about this system? He's like, I can tell you, it's like, oh yeah, if you have to replace anything on this, it's gonna cost you 10 times as much. Really look at this type. So.
And we made a lot of bathhouse repairs this year. We're not looking to make anything major next year.
I
I know,
really
but
did,
it's one of, that's
Yeah.
probably another one of those areas, really, when you're looking at replacement, that's a.
yeah, I mean, I didn't look at anything too crazy because we're kind of at the point where we need to decide what we're doing with the outdoor pool and. What we're gonna do to update it, so,
We've got, I see some new packs that was running there and at least half the push button well there.
yeah.
Enough to handle the people who actually shower before they go in the pool.
That does not include the water aerobics women. We can't get our hair wet.
I think there's still a few plumbing issues. There's some toilet fixtures and
Yeah.
things that didn't quite get done, but we'll.
And JC plans on fixing it. The problem was the doors got closed to where all the plumbing was, and we didn't have a key to it. So it was locked. We couldn't get in, so I had to call a locksmith. He came and took the door handles off, so.
Will we fix it before we close? Will we wait till next year?
If he has time.
We'll get it done. We've got some glass in the front to replace, and we have the glass in the door, but at the wide to replace. That's on our list, right?
Say it's a strong taxpayer value and a highlight success story.
Yep.
I don't see anything scary about your budget at all.
Yeah.
Conrad, Melissa, thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
Yeah, appreciate the time, appreciate the relationship.
362 days, huh?
That's the plan.
I think,
hours?
I'm not down to that yet.
next time they come, it'll be Trinity sitting here with you if you haven't finished out.
Yeah,
So.
yeah, it'll probably be. I might still come to this.
We might convince you this is a great area to retire,
Yeah,
and, come down here and
there's just
be here full time.
3 little human beings in Sioux Falls, South Dakota that
Yeah.
kind of like to have me a little closer. We can move here too.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Look at all the opportunities.
We got a nice pool. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Conrad, Melissa, appreciate you guys.
I had a chance to go swimming in Omaha with my daughter. And I'm not real squeamish, but it literally, I've been in motel hot tubs where they were cleaner than that pool.
Yeah.
All right. Off we go.
Thank you.
And our pool is always cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Let us slash Mike.
That's not your chair, and I'm like, that's today. Basically, capital, I have the bus that we put in the application in January. We just had a quarterly update yesterday. We don't know there still have a few systems that haven't got their June invoices in, so they don't know completely what the actual shortfall is gonna be yet. They're waiting for all those to get in. And then they'll determine what they have for. We may not get a bus even this next fiscal year, I don't know. There's apparently a bunch of applications in and they don't know what funds they have, but obviously we put in the application, so I put that expense in. In operating, basically the only thing is the software and this agreement.
That's that.
That's that
required thing.
required thing, or we lose it all. Otherwise. Not a lot there.
Good.
Oh, and then the internet or the tablets, I didn't know for sure how much that was gonna be, so that might be a little high, but. Obviously, it's something we gotta have, so.
You do a good job, I think, from, the one or so comments that we had. It's vital for our community, for a lot of people.
It's kind of a slow start at school, but, it's not anymore. We were almost full today already, so, and we're only at what, a weekend, so, yeah. And the mornings of,
And if we get cooler sooner, you'll probably increase that quite a bit.
Right. Yeah,
Are we operating on reduced hours now?
we will,
That's-
Saturday will be.
Saturday
It'll be
will start.
official Saturday, we will not operate on Saturday.
Are you still hiring an employee then? Is that still on the website?
Yeah, yeah,
Take it off
yes,
then.
take it off.
Have we got the word out, that our hours are?
I put up, after the public hearing, I put up. In the buses, I put up that they would be changing. So that people would start realizing, I put it, made sure it was on all the buses, anybody that kind of rode in the evenings, the drivers have kind of made sure. We're scheduled regularly, which is very few, that they are aware.
And what has the response been on that?
Well, nobody likes change, but, I think they understand too, so. But yeah, so I'll obviously put up the revised signs on Monday that actually say, cause I had it affected, so I'll just put the hours that, but yeah, and make sure I change my phone. I was making a list of things I needed changed, my phone message and. The website, but yeah, so. The drivers are looking forward to not having to work 4 days a week.
Okay.
They'll have 1 week, every third week they'll work 4 days, but. Yeah, that's all good.
I think it's kind of like,
Due to budget or due to ridership going down in the week?
It is. Part of it was because we can't find it, or I've been looking for a driver for a year, but then we also have at the federal and state level. They cut budgets 30% because there was a shortfall when we applied for funding. They don't think the shortfall will be that much, but basically they cut everybody's budget by 30%. So, and that won't make up the whole 30%, but. When you can't, when you don't have demand power and it's been a tough year to try to get it covered. So the drivers are tired. And so we figured that was part of the way, plus back with the shortfall, it just kind of. If the funding's there and we can find someone, then we'll go back to it if, the demand's there, but 5 to 7 was really slow, so that. I tracked it and, some nights it was 4 or 5 rides between 5 and 7. And a lot of them were where they could have done it between 7 and 5, so.
I think, our transportation is kind of like our RSVP program, we just gonna have to write it out.
Dictated by our,
Luckily, mine's not 70,000.
Yeah.
dictated by our federal support.
Yeah.
See what's happening. Okay. Sweet. Thank you, Glenn. Water and sewer rate.
Welcome, was I the shortest?
You were at 5 minutes. Good job.
We're almost back on schedule.
He's pretty optimistic there.
Now I'm gonna put you behind even more. Oh, please don't.
I think Austin's came up with a pretty innovative proposal with,
I've been waiting pins and needles. I want to hear this.
Want me to kick it off?
Yes.
All right, before I get started, there's a lot to go over. I ask you just let me get through this and then throw the book at me. Jane, thank you for the spreadsheet. I love spreadsheets. Jane's got some of the best spreadsheets in my book, so thank you. I know there's been talk about just doing a 4% increase across the board. And as I've looked through our water and sewer rate structure, I think we really need to talk about a full rate structure. The simplest way I can put this is, do any of you think that it's fair that a residential household pays $6 less per month on sewer admin fees than a commercial application? Or, $12 less than a motel?
No.
I don't think so either, and as a business owner, of course, I don't like rising costs, but I'll be honest and I'll start off, I don't think it's fair that commercial is that close to the residential pricing. We really need to just balance the scales, strengthen our infrastructure, and really take a good look at the capacity and the system capacity between residential, commercial, and so forth. So what I've done is kind of put a 3-year projection together. I will preference this by saying I'm sure some of this, kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be the new rate structure.
No, this is the history. I
Oh,
just gave you
that's
guys a history of
Okay, so we'll
two
get,
thousand six with.
All right,
we've done with our-
we'll get through it. So
Okay.
all I've done is put a 3-year projection together of what this could look like over the course of 3 years. I anticipate that it's going to be different, and I'll explain why towards the end. So year one, right now, what I think we should do is, first of all, we need to create a manufacturing class or a charge class for manufacturing. We make no changes to water at all, no changes in water admin fees, water usage fees, nothing like that. We just focus on the sewer, as that's where we are bleeding year over year right now. So what we do is residential sewer admin fees stay at $25. We take commercial sewer admin fees from $31 to $61. Motel sewer admin fee from $37 to $125. And manufacturing sewer admin fee set at $85. And then we do just a real small increase on sewage usage rate, 5%, so we increase it 20 cents per 1,000 gallons. The impact on year one is gonna be $151,000 added to the revenue. This is actually almost 30% more than just doing a 4% increase. It adds 11.8% directly to the sewer revenue this year one. While the impact to the average homeowner is only 73 cents a month or 0.7%. I think that's a win for our residential users. And we kind of look into year two, it's the same thing, but now we start to look at the water admin fees. We increased commercial from 31 to 41, motel water from 31 to 71, manufacturing water from 31 to 51. Water usage rate increases 4%, sewage usage rate increases 5%. The impact on this is an additional 120,000 in revenue, while only impacting the average homeowner 2.56% or $2.44 per month, about the cost of one candy bar. And then in year three, I think we'll be at a point where our restructuring is done. the scales are now balanced. So now we can just start looking at, I don't even think it's gonna have to be 4%. I ran the numbers at 4%. But realistically, I think we could at that point just say, hey, 2% year over year, something like that. But then again, the scales are balanced. I know there's gonna be some questions. Hang on here. So the impact over 3 years, we will have added $409,000 in additional revenue, which is a 13% increase, while only impacting homeowners 6.7%. Or $6.28 on average a month. That would be equivalent to one small, no whip, no milk, no fat, 4 pumps, extra skim. With a smiley face top. I have no idea if that's what they order, but I like coffee black. I know there's gonna be questions on the impact, if we're increasing all this revenue, it's gotta come from somewhere. It's not coming from residential. So clearly it's gonna come from our commercial users. And so I've got 2 examples here. Let's look at a large motel. I pulled a local hotel here, their water bill for the course of the last 12 months, averaged everything out. In year 1, under this restructuring plan, they're gonna experience a 7.6% increase or about $90 a month to their water and sewer bill. I gotta be honest, I think that's still pennies. Just pennies in the bucket. Year 2, 6.3%, year 3, 4%. Now let's go to the other side. Let's look at a really small business. I actually use my business as an example, is we only use 5,000 gallons of water a month. So our bill averages about 102 a month. Year 1, I'm not gonna hide from it. It's a 30% increase, and that sounds really bad. It's also $31. It's just $31. So although the 30% increase sounds really scary, it's $31 to the small businesses. Year 2, 3.6% increase, and then year 3, of course, whatever percentage increase we ask for.
And that was over a year, right? The increase,
The 30%.
like the 30, whatever, $6 increase, is that over a
31.
month?
That's per month, $31 per month, yes. So
Be the new effective rate.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just collect my thoughts here. I hate to say this, but I'm gonna just be upfront. 30% increase sounds really bad, but it's only $31 a month. If $31 is gonna push you from the black to the red, you probably have bigger problems. I'll be honest. Probably the one I'm most concerned about is going to be nonprofit organizations. And maybe we need to have another class for those guys, but that kind of becomes messy, I'll be honest. Really, the reason behind this is I don't feel like the scales are balanced right now. Also, motels are one of the primary driving factors for turning out of state dollars into our local economy. And I don't think we're capitalizing on that very well right now. If you also look at a larger scale commercial application, a high use commercial, this is going to be beneficial to them because they're only going to take an increase in one aspect of their expense column, their utilities. Versus if we continue piling the burden on residential users, now that large commercial business has to float that additional payroll to all of their employees to offset that. So it is a win for large commercial as well. Now, I've drawn this 3-year projection. It's not that we're sticking to it exactly, but I want to give you an idea of over the course of the next year. I want to do the restructuring, but over the course of the next year, I really want to take a good look into MDUs, say anything over 4 units, trailer parks with single meters. And I think we need to look at a flat rate per door per unit, so on and so forth. I think we're going to be able to drive a lot more revenue when we start to break that out as well. Again, those are low income households. They're not gonna pay the full normal rate by any means. But there's a little bit of balancing we can do there. Now questions.
Anything that moves the needle, the black,
I like it.
I'm supportive. Adjusting this. That, what you've said, makes sense. I get it. And it is, it was very simple to just ratchet everything up all the time. And you're right, the residential user takes the hit. And, I've seen communities, they pay different by their service line size, by, the fixtures they have. Like on Plymouth,
Right here in town, NPPD has a different meter rate between residential and commercial. And so does Black Hills Energy.
Sure.
It's not unusual. In fact, it's normal.
Yeah.
Well, I like what you did too on the motel side, and that'd be something to look at is it even enough? Cause if you take it per unit, like, let's say you have 100.
I can't think.
Well, cause I mean, realistically, you have 100 and let's even go off 125 units. For $125 a month, that's $1 a unit. And they're flushing the toilets, they're using the water. And we have the highest occupancy in a lot of areas right here. And it's not locals flushing those toilets over there.
So, I'll give you the information. This is probably a number you don't wanna know. The average homeowner in Ogallala pays $3 per day for water and sewer. A motel currently averages 74 cents per door. Now, with that said, is it enough? I don't think so, if I'm being honest. But we do want to keep in mind, and don't forget, these hotels do pay a lodging tax, an occupation tax. They are generating a lot of other revenues in other ways. They still need to pay their fair share for the impact to the system, as they are very high users and they need to pay for that capacity. But you just have to be careful. Their occupancy rates in the winter time go way down. In the summer months, sure, they can afford to pay it, no problem. But they have a lot of expense in the winter too. So just within reason, I had to throw a number at it.
No, I think it's good. It's good to take a look at, because when we start looking at those, especially the motel site. A lot of the rates and stuff that they're charged tax wise still go to the state, and then we get it pennies back. When you're dealing with water, this is an immediate, it comes right back to us. It's not going two ways. It's not being skimmed from the top. It's a direct impact to the community through these fees, so.
To answer your question, ultimately, yes, I think with a year of actually being able to get better data. And spend a little bit more time crunching the numbers, this is just a pretty quick, let's get the ball in motion for a restructuring plan.
I like it. And I think too, we also have, I think it's very obvious when you look at some of the motels, we have some long-term stay motels.
Sure.
And they're occupied, so. If you have the short-term 1 or 2 days versus, full living at some of the hotels, does it make sense to, charge those two a little bit different?
And that.
Those
It's like
long-term are paying occupation taxes either.
Exactly, and that's where we run into that. If you look at our occupation tax spreadsheets that Jane provides. That's one of my biggest pet peeves, is there's functional motels that are listed as motels in town. That pay no occupation, they'll say we're not occupied. But we know they're occupied and they're full-term places. So.
And that's where we really need I want to spend time in the MDUs and see what we have going on there. As of right now, my assumption is if you're a twoplex. Probably just keep you on commercial or something like that. I think the number is gonna cut somewhere at 3 to 4 plex, you move into a per door pricing, but take.
Remember, we can't change those to commercial Because. of the
That's
sales
right,
tax,
that's
yeah.
right, but we have to have a separate, thank you, Jane.
Yeah.
But if we look at like, a trailer park with 1 meter for easy numbers, they're paying $60 a month for their admin fee, and there's 30 some houses in there. Let's just say it's 30. So they're paying $2 per door in admin fees, and
Yeah,
I don't think that's balanced.
no,
You know, again, if I go back to just the example of my business, right now I average $100 a month. In the course of, say, 3 years, I'm probably gonna be averaging 140 to 150 a month. I don't think that breaks the bank. If it does break the bank, I probably have bigger problems.
well, and I think, like when we talk about even single level. We have Airbnbs in town paying more in occupancy tax than some of our motels on the street. I have an issue with that, because it's like, at what point do we look at recategorizing their zoning so they're paying appropriately?
See, in Airbnbs, I think I need to go to commercial.
And I don't even not even on the Airbnb side in general, but it's just like, we have some that have abused the system, even at that motel level, for years and years and years and years.
So, just kind of finalize here, if you look at that very last page, it's yellow and black. I think, just to be very clear on what I'm asking for is, let's put in place the restructuring plan, and that's what this is. The left side shows, I'm sorry, the left side is your water, the right side is the sewer. Anything yellow is what we're adding, and then obviously for budget years, 26, 27, those are just estimates, but what I'm asking for is, let's just put the structure in place and try to switch over as many accounts. Well, we don't have to switch any accounts, right? Whatever their code is right now, October 1st, the rates will take effect. And over the course of the next year, I would love to sit down, get a better game plan for how we're going to restructure in year 2.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but this seems to be an agenda item at the next meeting, doesn't it, in order to change the fee schedule? Yes.
And if we're changing classifications too. Or is it just?
We wouldn't be changing any classifications. We would have classification change if we would look into the multi-dwelling unit properties, and we've kind of said we wouldn't do that the first year because we have to identify them first.
But we are adding a manufacturing class.
I thought we had a manufacturer. It's
Industrial maybe?
So just
industrial.
changing the admin fees and our rate per 1,000. We can do that. We can do that with the fee schedule just by resolution.
Yeah. I switch manufacturing into industrial, which is what we already have at the moment, so we.
I think it's.
Well, this.
There
This
was a
is,
manufacturing class right now.
this is all we have right now, so it says just water admin fee, water per 1,000. Sewer admin fee, sewer admin trailer court, sewer admin commercial, sewer admin motel. We really need to add a column for each one, right? Water admin commercial, water admin manufacturing, water admin motel, so on and so.
So when you're saying manufacturing, you're saying someone who would use water in their manufacturing process on a large scale, like an ethanol plant or?
No,
what-
if you are Arnold Magnetic, American Suzuki, you are manufacturing,
But would they
they
fall into the commercial?
currently they do.
Well, we have them categorized as manufacturing. Commercial and manufacturing have always been the same rate. So, but I mean, we have in our system,
Okay, so we have it in the system, but not on a rate structure, like
because commercial
it's
is,
always the same.
right.
So that even makes it easier than we already have the manufacturing category, so we just.
We would have to add it to the fee schedule if that's the new rate, yeah. But yeah, as far as getting the process changed for billing in my office, it's
Super easy.
super easy.
Great. Yeah, Austin, great job.
Nice work.
Can we, do we have time to add it to the next agenda? Next Tuesday?
Well, we run it effective October 1.
So I guess we don't have.
We don't have to-
And so
You do it
we normally take all of our,
Oh, that's
like
right.
if there's other fee schedules, we'll do them all at once.
Yes, that's right.
And as long as it's done, there's no time period after the resolution is approved, so I mean, we could do it either on September 9th or the 23rd, and it would be effective October 1.
I'd suggest still getting this on as an agenda item. You can go through
For discussion.
your presentation discussion again and have it laid out for us what, what changes will be on the fee schedule.
Maybe no action item, just discussion and then action item the next time we're, or with the.
Yeah. That would be our.
Great job.
So you want this as a fee schedule resolution on its own, or if we're gonna raise hangar rents again?
We can do our fee schedule at the same time.
They just want it on the agenda for
this
the
community.
26th.
But the hangar
Just-
you were wanting to.
Just
go
for an
up.
example,
just-
of what the
just
schedule would look
discussion.
like with.
Yeah,
Cause the
And
hangar.
we wouldn't have an actual.
January.
Yeah.
and then, it's. We wouldn't even need a vote at that time on it. We'd just say, yeah, proceed with putting this on the fee schedule for action. And then when we get to the fee schedule, then if someone had any opposition to, it, they'd say, we need to amend this or whatever. It sounds like the council just wants
Further opportunity to vet it.
yes.
Yep. I love the idea of putting it out there. Here's the 3-year plan, but we can always modify it. But it's nice to have that
So
3-year plan.
So do you want just the first year on the fee schedule? Cause we've done it before. We've done multi-years and said this is the one effective October 1 of 25. This was October 1 of 26, and then
I think we just do it 1 year till
1 year?
we get the data we need.
About 6 to 9 months after the fee schedule changes, I wanna see what the numbers look like compared to the previous year.
Here's one thing I would like to, though, it wouldn't hurt to see it listed out there for 3, just because council continues to change, as it
Yeah.
always does. It'd be nice for future councils when they're looking back, if they're looking at it saying, oh, why did we do this? Because then they could look at it.
so for Tuesday, you want the discussion of what the 3-year plan would
Yeah,
look
I
like.
think that'd be
The
great.
resolution would just be the 1 year.
And we can change the pen and flow,
She could,
but
Jane or the clerk, the treasurer could have that information, say, here's what
yeah,
here's what the, August.
Yep.
25 council said, here's our plan, 3-year plan, and here's what the revenues are gonna be. And
Yeah.
move on from there,
because it helps with planning, A,
yeah,
and then B, if there's any changes, it makes it easier to change that. But yeah, great job, Austin.
I like it. Nice work.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said, I want to reiterate, just one of my big concerns is for future councils going forward, we just gotta be careful when it comes to the motels. My fear is that we put too much of a burden on them. They do pay other revenue streams. So I like your idea of kind of keeping it all together so that way future councils can see all. Thank you.
All right, general budget discussion. We're starting at 6:15, we're a little late.
I don't know what time we're supposed to do this. That's weird.
Any other?
I don't really have anything specific.
I got one thing I'd like to talk about.
You're up.
This is regarding our city officer law enforcement pay. Got all this off the National Nebraska Law Enforcement Training Center website. If you can just look at the other communities, the population size is relatively the same as ours, some a little smaller, some a little bigger. OLS tends to fall near the lower end of that pack, I would like to see, give our officers, more pay, not only for officer recruitment, but also for, retention as well. A lot of these other communities here, they don't have the call volume that what our officers have, with us being right off the interstate, a tourist town during the summertime, and now with this casino during the winter time, the call volume is just, they put in a lot of work for the citizens of this community. I think we need to compensate them a lot better than what they're getting currently. My proposal is Ogallala starts at 25.32 for all hourly officers. I'd like to propose a $2 increase this year, followed by a $2 increase next year to get them comparable to other communities, as well as make a law enforcement officer's position in Ogallala a job that some people actually, they see the pay, they want to come and work here. And once they work here, they're gonna enjoy the community, love it, and, you know, they're gonna wanna stay.
Well, we do have a bleed out when it comes to, our city officers going to state, because state will pay more. So we do have a lot of officers that will bypass city officer level to go straight into, you know, state when they have positions open.
I think now's the time, we gotta get more competitive.
Does anybody know what the sheriff's office pays? Cause it used to be back, you know, for a while it was back and forth, you know, the sheriffs.
They pay less,
Do they?
not significantly less.
Dustin? I don't disagree with anything you've said. I think we do need to get our pay commensurate.
And in talking through this issue with chief, I mean, we don't wanna get into a bidding war with North Platte because we lose. Right now, we try to hold things somewhere between that and our peer communities of Alliance and Chadron and that area. So we're higher than Alliance and Chadron, but we're still not up to other peer interstate communities, which I think that's what you're alluding to.
Right, the amount of calls that.
It's that interstate clientele.
I mean, sure, they could very well quit and go work at Alliance or Chadron. They wouldn't have very much to do. Their call volume would, I mean, they still get calls, but not near as what they get now. So my thought is in order to keep an officer here, how are we gonna keep an officer here that has a lot more call volume when they can go somewhere else, make the same amount of money and have less call volume and it's an easier job?
Yep.
And I'm gonna piggyback off this a little bit, and this is gonna be sensitive and it's gonna hurt, and I wanna make it very clear to everybody here and everybody listening online. I mean, no disrespect, and I am not picking on any one person. But the base pay for the police department for an hourly employee is about $55,000 to $60,000 a year. And we have a librarian who is making nearly $80,000. And I'm having a hard time seeing the balance in, you know, putting your life in danger every day, dealing with fights, domestic abuse. Always the potential of taking a bullet and making significantly less. And again, I'm not picking on one department or one person. We see the same thing, street supervisors making 75, a street department employee making 60,000. Just ever so slightly more than on the police department, all the way down to, I mean, a park employee is making 56,000. Again, I mean, no disrespect, but I'm having a hard time finding the balance and the justification for the high risk job. I think your $2 is low.
Well, and that's why I'm saying $2 this year and another $2 next year. I don't wanna shoot straight up to 29 and get right in the middle of the pack. I know we're not gonna win a bidding war with North Platte. There's no way we're gonna win a bidding war with North Platte. That is not the reason for this. The reason is for officer recruitment as well as retention. We got a lake out here. North Platte doesn't have a lake. I mean, we have tourism out here. North Platte does not have tourism. So we could use the lake to, you know, kind of help recruit some officers, but that's why I recommended $2 this year, $2 next year, instead of just doing one big jump at a time.
And our recreational would go so far.
Right.
To be honest with you, I mean, the whole idea you'd come here and hunt fish and, you know, that doesn't put food on the table, and we know that.
Well, but you also gotta think down the future, there's gotta be development coming. That's gonna follow this casino, you know, more restaurants, more shopping, housing. is gonna increase.
I think if you do look though, it's supervisor pay. I think the police department just take it and divide it by 2 for supervisor. It falls in line with, library and things like that too.
I follow you. Look at the, break up the street employees or the park employees. Thank you for that catch, yes, cause I did mix in supervisors in there, but even if we just look at the employee side of it.
Yep.
And to Austin's point, I mean, that's where we're gonna need to look at the rate table to see if there are certain positions that, should just be capping out. X position is only worth so much. Because a lot of what's driving those higher wages is the fact that you've got employees with multi-decades loyalty to their employment to the city of Ogallala.
Sure.
Okay, well, I don't wanna, cause I do wanna do something about the pay for our officers. But
You know,
what was the COLA this year? Was it 2.5%?
2.5%.
Okay, so if you look at the librarians, potential wage, if the budgeted wage, it comes out to 4.7% increase. Compared with, last,
There's a
Performance.
merit increase and a COLA.
Yeah, so there's
The
2.
COLA, we did an average, so it was 64 cents per employee.
okay,
We didn't do a straight 2.5%.
I didn't know about fair.
Yeah,
That
and then
makes sense.
merit is max of 3.
We get a breakdown of our officers' ranges and their ranks.
Yeah.
And then let's take a look at that. Let's have this on our next budget.
Do you want that?
Do you want it right now? I mean, I can go print I have the spreadsheet that shows what
Well,
their hourly rate is, right? I mean,
I mean,
I got all mine.
It won't take so long.
It won't take very long to print it.
Yeah.
If I
I would
take
like to-
readers, it won't take very long to print it.
Are we looking at two bucks just per person or looking at percent? Start, cause if we raise
Every
starting, we're gonna have to bump the ladder.
Every officer is hourly except for, the chief.
Isn't Raleigh?
No, Riley, he's hourly. So, and as far as the chief goes. I don't know what he gets paid, it's hard, I can't tell based off what the book says, 'cause it's split up between Raleigh and Herman. But I do believe there should be, and I didn't even bother to check into what. Police chiefs get paid in towns our size, but it's kind of hard to find that information though.
I know
We
that,
can get it.
I would suspect Gothenburg is competing with Lexington and Cozad, maybe even Kearney. McCook, they don't have any competition.
Oh, they're getting,
From surrounding communities of any size.
McCook's getting Husker Clink. Corn Husker Clink.
And that will be competition.
Oh,
Do we know what
yeah.
North Platte's rates are?
No, I just tried to find communities that were of comparable size throughout the state.
I know in the past we have lost people to North Platte.
Yeah, North Platte, I believe is probably 30 to 32.
There's well, and we have to look at housing availability to housing costs here too, because I know we've lost other communities, because it's not in their best interest to stay when you're looking at a house that they're renting at $250,000-$300,000. Because they can't afford it on the salary. It wouldn't also hurt to compare it to what our emergency responders, when it comes to ambulance service, get paid to. Just to see what, because I don't know what that actually is, so that just might be something we look at too.
And it's the emergency.
Yeah, but I just want to see what that's, level is, versus. I'm not saying that, please don't get more, but it'd be interesting to see if we're paying ambulance service people, let's say $4 or $5 more than that. Versus our police, it'd be nice to kind of balance, get that up there.
So what would you do? $2 flat to everybody?
My suggestion, all the hourly employees, I think we have to give chief somewhat of a raise as well. I'm not sure how to go about that, but all the other officers, Riley, all the others, $2 flat raise this year. followed by another $2 raise next budget cycle, and get them kind of into that, you know, middle to upper range of these departments that I found. That were found, yeah.
Well, you'd almost have to make your starting salary. If you want to be, your starting pay would have to be.
Yeah, and this right here, even if you look at what she just handed out. That really would only, yeah, because if we did 2 per person, that'd be different, but. Because most are starting to make more than even what we're predicting based on the $2, so. You take that average.
Yeah, we take them all, other than one person to, you know, $30, 2 people. Would be less than $30, so.
Yeah, but and see these officers that have. I'd like to get our starting wage up to around that $29, so essentially we hire 3 officers, they're gonna start. You know, this next year at $27.34. And then the following year at $29.34, but these other officers. Keep them in line, because. Give them $2 to stay ahead of the new hires, because they've been here for a while, they put their time in. You know, so my suggestion would be. $2 an hour increase across the board, each officer this year, followed by another $2 increase next year, so that way it's not. Such a big financial hit on the police department budget all at once.
Once they become certified.
Plus, yes,
Yeah, cause the non-certified.
non-certified is like 21.
23.
Well, the
I
non-certified,
just did to 23.
is it non-certified?
And he'll never be
Something.
certified. If he gets certified, he'll move on.
I just wrote it.
Yeah, but I think you just definitely look, because I think it aligns, because if you. Especially now that you see this sheet and you're looking at the estimated salary per year with increases. You know, based on other supervisors, these ones are quite a bit higher based on what they're doing too.
Yeah, basically the supervisor would just be James and Spencer right
Yep.
now, and then they're looking at one sometime, but.
Yeah, it's definitely more in line when you see that.
$2 isn't gonna break the bank on us.
Well, I think we need to take care of our officers.
Very.
$2 times 11 officers is roughly 50 grand.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
And that ain't bad at all.
especially you know, you look at the officers and, you know, the familiarity. I mean, all of them, it doesn't matter if it's Lazan, you know. Christensen, I mean, even our newer officer, DeCastro and those others, they provide a good service and I'd like to retain them.
Yeah, and if we can advertise, you know, starting out now, it'd be $27.34, that'd be a lot more enticing than $25.34.
And to even just like our vacancies, you know, even if we increased them, well, maybe you don't push as hard for that 3rd vacancy out there. And we still get 2.
And I would, you know, just give them $2
Obviously.
each increase, this year. And say, you know, we're committed to.
Yeah,
Same thing in the next fiscal
Yeah.
year. You never know what the next fiscal year is gonna bring up. I would hate to commit to it now and then have to reel it back in.
So this $2 increase would be on top of their COLA increase, correct?
I would put it post COLA, yes. Otherwise, you'll be giving a COLA on your.
Yeah, no.
You'll be giving them the COLA there.
Yeah.
So we'll budget for it and then we'll do it after October 1st.
Well, we can still do it at the same time. We could add the $2 to the end of it. Yeah, you calculate the hourly rate and then you just add the $2 to it. It's just one more formula. It's just one more column on my spreadsheet.
So that $2 increase would go into
So
effect
it would,
August
you
1,
would,
correct?
that's what they're saying.
Or October 1.
This.
Yeah, it's actually, it's
And
the
then
first pay period in
basically,
October, so it's technically effective in September. For the first pay period, it's paid.
For that, and then including it.
The other thing to consider is culture.
Right.
That's, we've been able to.
They're saying, come up with your, hourly, and add the $2.
Right. This is.
They can't do it.
No, I haven't.
They're really good.
We've also put safeguards in place for those that we pay to go to the academy.
Alliance, I don't think quite has that, that's really attributable to.
Jack, I believe that's where Spencer came from, isn't it? Alliance?
Yeah, he.
I think so, yeah.
Here's we also have put safeguards in place for the academy too, so if they go through the academy. If they decide to jump within a certain amount of time, then it's in a repay, I believe.
Yep.
So then that, we're not then training, because we used to see officers that would go through our training. We would pay for it and then they jump to state.
Well, we already got that.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying we have those safeguards, which is good too. Because if we're gonna pay them more, we're gonna continue
The
to
last time
invest
that
in them.
happened, we didn't collect on it though.
Why not?
Can't get blood out of a pen.
But did they go somewhere else though?
Yeah, they're working in our pot.
Well, I mean, we do a non-compete, Sioux North Black, right, to them directly. I mean, I think that's,
And maybe that's what we need to add to it, is a non-compete. I never thought of that.
I mean, just for the period of the cost
Right.
of, because then literally send Micah over to it and sue the city directly of North Black, that's kind of stuff.
There
They're gonna.
were a ton of executives that signed non-competes from
That's-
Cabela's. They started their own business. And Bass Pro sued them. Bass Pro lost.
It's are.
They are really hard to enforce.
Yeah, I think it's though, if you're saying they can't leave, I think it's just saying they have to repay, the future employer has to repay, or they have to personally repay.
Or you keep them at a lower, this, you can get, you just keep them at a lower salary until they have a certain amount of time in, and then, make it retroactive, after a year, you get a $10,000 bonus or, whatever, but.
We can't do both.
Yeah. Governmental bonuses are illegal.
Yeah.
That's why the city manager contract has all that convoluted.
Or
Stuff,
Well, we try and stop them, hopefully it'll stay here.
yeah.
We trained a lot of people.
Thank you, Daryl.
Good to see you, Daryl. Any other general discussions?
Sorry, I've got a couple questions.
Sure.
I'll try and get through these quickly. Under the street department and the fire department, under revenue, we've got a casino tax revenue under street showing. Let's just say we're gonna 175, and then under fire department, 171. Yeah, where did we come up with that number? Projection.
That's revenue numbers estimated from Elite on our gaming tax.
Okay.
And so we're just allocating that to those two areas, so. Fire department is one of those areas, looks good.
So just based off of what they've projected.
So with the fire department, we were gonna use it for, obviously, you guys can. You can do it wherever you wanna do it, but that, we thought that the SCBA tanks for the fire department.
Okay.
And then. The rest would go to.
368 was for in the street.
In the street department.
Perfect. What line are you looking at?
We added a line
There's
called
casino
casino tax,
we added
31,310
For that sales tax.
in the
Got
street
it,
department
got it,
and
got
the
it.
fire department.
Okay, and then, thank you for the answers on that. Under the ambulance, non-tax revenue spiked 312%. Over last year. What's that?
Well, that's the
think we
revenue
have that.
received from the actual ambulance calls.
Okay,
Is,
I don't have a book.
when is that on,
625, Jane.
when is ambulance on the discussion for budgeting, because isn't that on the discussion next
Tuesday.
Yeah,
Tuesday?
that'll be next Tuesday.
oh, is it?
Yeah.
The ambulances? Okay.
But doesn't mean
Sorry.
you can't ask.
No, it's,
Well,
Oh, revenue.
I can surely wait.
No,
Oh,
you
no.
don't have to wait.
we have pinpoint, because we
Dell
can have a better
Dell and Dave
discussion
aren't gonna know that
Tuesday.
answer anyway. We projected that number.
Is Kelly still thinking about
Well,
back now?
there is a
Cause right now we're
conversation.
at
Okay,
505.
so if you look at page 22, it shows you your detail.
Yep.
So the 24-25 budget. It's the second column of numbers. We budgeted 410,000 for the current fiscal year. In July, we were already at 505,000. So we're we're exceeding what we had budgeted. Just with the way the ambulance is running and how,
Okay,
yeah,
so you're
so,
just taking a higher projection.
right,
Fantastic.
And that's additional
Covering a big-
conversation that I know Steve and I have visited a little bit about it, but we may have to look additionally at the county's proportion with ambulance services for surrounding areas.
Sure.
Versus Ogallala and we're taking a big load for some of the other communities out there that maybe we need to readjust or relook at too.
Like interstate, rural, Paxton, Lake.
Correct. And it definitely comes down to, we need to look at if there's a disproportional pay for the amount of service that they're getting in there, because, you look at some of those outside calls and we need to look.
Yeah, these outside counties want to take a tier type fee. So they're basically paying for when they use the service. We're keeping people on call 24/7.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're paying for the capacity. So if these surrounding counties aren't willing to support it more, then we may come back and eliminate those counties, which it may cut one or two staff to take it down too.
And pull it back into Ogallala city limits
Yeah.
for
Or-
service.
Or, Keith County.
Yeah.
And then just a real quick, just give me a 2-second answer. What's wrong with our current ambulance building? Why do we need to build another one?
Not our building, and it's in really bad shape.
Right.
Rats and rattlesnakes.
Okay, thank you.
and bird,
Um,
don't forget the birds and bats.
community development, Keno revenues down 10,000. I assume that's just Keno's.
Down, yeah,
Okay. And I assume with the casino, that will probably continue to trend down.
or up,
Total
who knows?
assumption. Hard to say.
I have not been able to figure Keno out.
Uh,
It goes up and down in
There's too many
weird.
places to gamble. A lot of it's those games of skill being attributed to those games of skill that are in convenience stores.
Okay, I got 2 left. Sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
Just concerns. We kind of touched a little bit on them. I talked with Jane about this a couple weeks ago. I don't understand exactly how the COLA works and how the city kind of looks at all of that. But one of the things that really just stands out to me is the pay spread between general employees and their supervisors. Totally understand supervisors get paid more. Have no issue with that. Seems like in my time in business and doing research, typically you'll see a 20 to 25% spread between those. And when I look at different departments like the library, there's a 75% pay difference between a full-time employee and a supervisor. Parks Department, 38%. Again, we're kind of getting down there into more realistic. And then street department is right in line at 25%. So drastic differences, and then drastic differences against each different department. And I think that goes back to what you had mentioned just a little bit ago, is pay caps. And I mean, I hate to say it, but I think we kind of have to look at that. Best example I can give is if I start working at McDonald's at 16 years old and I stay there my whole life, can I really be making $80,000 flipping burgers? No, you hit a threshold at some point that position just really can't pay much more than a little bit of an, tiny living. Yeah. I don't understand it. I'm open to education.
We have pay ranges, right? We use salary surveys?
Well, I think it's also to turnover in some of those departments, because there's some very big seasonality in some of the, items and areas that you do, less than the ability for, if you break it out hourly, there'd be some of the supervisors that are literally out there, probably 60, 70 hours because of activities. So then they're getting paid for that compensation of that to make some of this stuff function too.
When's the last time we did a salary survey?
Did it last year?
Did you?
Show anybody exceeding.
No, we make sure that, we check to make sure everybody's in ranges. We've adjusted ranges.
Do you email that to us?
What?
Are you able to email that survey to us?
The survey results?
Yeah.
You did the survey this year, though. We just,
I haven't compiled it because we didn't do anything with it last year. So I haven't, I'm like, so no, I mean, it doesn't take that long to do, but I haven't done it because.
Yeah, and
but you answered the survey. got the
Yeah,
results.
yes, I have the results. I would just have to compile them for this year.
But I remember when we used to do the survey just to make sure we would fall within a range.
Correct.
For comparable communities and comparable tasks,
Right.
so we would be losing those employees.
And it was based on, we had to do it. Well, I don't know, we probably have a map still in the file. So
Yeah, I don't think we
based on-
did that when Steve was there. I think we,
Was that when?
I think we started at one time. When I
Probably
was,
you
when I was
and I.
city manager, but we looked at communities. Okay, so you start in Ogallala and you look at communities that are no more than
I say it.
double in size or less than half. And you just start making circles until you have a sample of communities, and then those are the communities we used for the survey. That
Right,
makes sense?
so like North Platte
Would
wouldn't be in
not
your
be.
results because they're not within that criteria of population wise.
For like a Cozad or Gothenburg
Correct.
would be
I don't
Lexington,
agree.
probably not. Lexington.
The list
Remember,
of
but
communities.
we had enough, so we,
Yeah.
we just drew circles until we got the number of communities that we thought we needed to.
And I wanna say there's
Actually-
like close to
I think-
15 on the list.
I think we
12
tried to get
15,
10 at
Something like
least.
that, I think.
And
I'd have to look.
Job has a code that gives a range.
Sure.
So
Right.
like,
That's that salary range table you had approved last night, the other night to add a police officer. That's part of that. It shows the salary range too.
So we brought that position in at 29, because we want that.
It
position
kind of does, I mean, it
certified
has a
officer,
range.
which is 32.
We have it shows.
Yeah.
Shows it, but we don't really use the
Some of
midpoint like we
the
used to.
supervisor salaries are probably in that higher range, excuse me. Simply because they have more tenure. Sure. They've been around longer, but
And
I see where you're coming from.
and like when you say the street department was closer, well, that's because the general employees,
Or newer.
no, they have
They're
the
longer.
tenure more than the supervisor.
Yeah.
Supervisor's been here, Nick's been here, what,
3 years.
3 years now?
Probably.
Well, okay, all of this.
Didn't he, Kevin?
And I think.
He came after, I hired.
Oh, you hired him,
But he
okay.
also, I think, when did he get his
Sorry,
actual
I didn't
license?
think he
Was
did.
On his
it-
license the year after he was hired, so he's had his license for a little over a year.
Yeah,
Just the class B.
I know it's a really sensitive subject to talk about, and I hate to talk about it, but at the same time,
Yeah,
I
cause
think
you're,
it's important to know where we are.
I think to Steve's point, there's gonna be a lot of sensitive subjects that you're gonna have to talk about in the next couple of years.
And that's also, right, we're gonna have to start cutting programs, we're gonna have to take a fine tooth comb to everything.
Pretty much. I agree.
You know,
I agree. These are gonna be tough budget years.
I think there's also, you look at factor in cost to replace employees,
oh.
because that's one thing that at the bank level we do. Because it costs us, let's say you were to decrease range or say, okay, this person's making this, we'll hire somebody at less. The cost it's going to take to get the level of knowledge and the cost and inefficiencies over amount of time usually cost you more.
Agreed. Agree, I'm just asking the hard
Yeah,
question.
it's always good questions.
Wanna,
And that's why we're here. It's the only bad conversation we have is the ones we don't have. So these are great conversations.
And there are requirements to certain positions that you need to wear, like a librarian has to have a master's degree.
And her amount of continuing education, plus even the board. Most people don't realize the board, each person on the library board, even though it's volunteer, it's like 20-something hours of continuing education that they have to do annually. That's required for our library to be certified.
As a master's degree, that-
yeah, I appreciate that information.
Does she-
Is we required?
Look at her job description. You got access.
Yes, ma'am.
You're closer than my
Well,
computer.
thanks for listening
I know
to me.
she
Those
didn't
were
have
some
such a-
questions.
Yeah,
I didn't come up with.
no.
Thank
Wait,
you,
not
you know,
it.
the homework on the water and sewer department. That's
And
great.
I think to go with that, we had just
I got thinking
completed,
after our meeting,
a roles and responsibilities where you let the department heads and employees, outline what their jobs are. Because sometimes like we have, when a person's hired in, you're saying, here's your job description, right? But then it grows because they tend to take other hats. It's really nice to have just sitting there saying, hey, okay, outline what you do. Because then a lot of times it gives you a better perspective of, oh, wow, you know, this person is on call this amount of time and, you know, let's even take, you know, our librarian. Sometimes she's there, cleaning up 8, 9 o'clock, depending on parties that are in those conference rooms. I mean, there's been numerous biohazard bathroom instances that aren't covered by anybody but herself, because she doesn't want her staff to have to mess with that.
Oh, the one was bad.
And you're also dealing with staffing, and not just there, but everywhere. To where there's a lot of the low end turnover just because of seasonality. That then they have to contend with that constant training from that manager down is really important too. Yeah, so. But I think it's a good idea. It's always something that's fun to sit down and say, okay, what are we know what your role is based on the job description, but what else, you know, falls outside of that you tend to do, because then it can look at it and say, okay, well, maybe we're not staffing some of those to where we're burning out some supervisors. Maybe there's some supervisors that have so many things on their plate.
Sure.
That maybe they need an assistant to help that, because maybe they're there all the time and you're gonna burn them out one day too. Sure. We just did that. Yeah, you just never, I mean.
Like Kevin, his office is gonna smell like a pizza.
Well, and I think you guys would be,
You
I
won't
mean,
leave it for.
most, and I think Austin, because he's new. It's the amount of time once we finish budget season that Jane puts in until midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning is crazy. during
Yeah,
this
what time do we get update or?
We'll stop it.
No.
I mean, Kevin knows he tries to burn the midnight oil, but Jane puts in a lot of time.
I shut down at 8 o'clock.
So can I make a motion to adjourn?
Yeah,
We got a motion on the table.
so moved.
We got
Yeah,
a,
he moved.
we got.
Oh, yeah.
Need a
We got a
second.
second. We got a motion by-
Second.
Motion by Councilman Holstein and second by Councilman Lapham. All those in favor?
It's not up there, but go ahead and vote.
Please vote.
Four yes, one no.
Motion, you want to hang around?
Kevin Block, no.
Did he really?
He did.
You've been waiting.